are back. The time is now.
NUFC Talk Drive Time
with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Match Day Live on NUFC Talk with Tim and Peter. So this evening we're up against Spurs at St James's Park for 8:15 kickoff. So me and Peter are going to go through our thoughts on the back of that Everton win and what we think about tonight's game. And after us, you'll have Chris and Gary to bring you more build-up and live match commentary. Thanks a lot for all your support. So keep the comments coming. We'll pick up as many as we can. Obviously, if you want to guarantee it, give a super chat and we'll pick it up. But it's great to be here. Like I say, thanks for all your support, and we'll get our teeth stuck into what's happening with Newcastle tonight. Just a quick shout out before we start. That me and Peter have got a background here, and it's a picture there of our dad, and it's a year on Saturday since our dad passed away, sadly. So we just got a picture on here just to honour him tonight. And I'm going to just quickly put this on as well. So just wait a second. It's one of St James's Park, and he was a fine artist, illustration artist, and born and bred in Newcastle, and yeah, he did a lot of different scenes, and Newcastle was one of them. So let's have a look at this. Yeah, that was it there. Yeah. So just putting that out there.
Is it Sean?
Let's have a look. There you go.
Aye, that was. We've added a bit of colour to it for our background there, but yeah, St James's Park in all its glory. Really good one.
Good stuff.
Yeah. So no, he was an amazing artist, and he's very much missed. But yeah, he's brilliant artist, and like Chris has shown, he's got a piece of his work that we gave to Chris as well. So it's great to know that it's all the way in Missouri. It's out there as well. So good stuff.
Right then. So the Everton game, and thanks as well, Anthony, for your comments there. Appreciate
Cheers.
that. So yeah, the Everton game. So I didn't actually see all of it at the time. I was at work. So I seen the second half.
Aye, part timer.
Exactly. And I was driving back from work, and I knew we were 2-0 up. So I was like, get in there. I was pleasantly surprised.
Aye. Sorry, Timmy, you know what I was going to say, right? Before we get stuck into that, did Win want to have a few...
exactly, aye. Forgot about that. I'm not as...
yeah.
I'm not as razor sharp on the housework as Gary, unfortunately. Let's have a look. So we need to give a shout out to Sheila Little, that is. Betsy, we know who that is. Jonathan Shaw and Paul Morris for your predictions tonight. Otherwise, Win's not going to be a happy bunny.
Aye.
So I don't want that.
He will be kicking down on your front door if you don't give them, so I'll just bear that in mind. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Aye.
Okay. So that's housework done. So Everton game
as well, Lynn, and in the chat there.
Cheers. And yeah, so I was driving back and I was listening to the commentary, and I knew it was 2-0. And then I got back home and I came to watch it with you, Peter, and you were like, "Oh, it's actually it's 3-0." So I was thinking, what's going on here? Because I wasn't confident for that game. I know it's, but we are on paper better than Everton, but I still wasn't 100% confident. And, pleasantly surprised. Watched the second half, and it was comfortable. Obviously, we got the fourth goal, and it could have been more as well. And obviously, when you're 3-0 up, you're going to look a bit more accomplished. But I thought we were back to more like how we can be.
You watched the first half back, didn't you? So
And I'm just gonna say, like, so I've watched the first half back today, so I've got more thoughts as well. But what did you think of the game overall, Peter?
I was like you going into it. I was thinking, oh, like this might be a tough watch. But no, it was really good performance. The lineup was a surprise because obviously, uh, yeah, the goalkeeper. So Pope was out, and then you heard rumors about. Well, actually, it's not rumors anymore, is it? That apparently he was out because of injury. So again, I was
Mm,
kind of thinking, oh, I would have liked to have seen whether he would have played him without that injury and whether
yeah.
he would have put Ramsdale in, even if Pope was fit, because we all, I think, the majority of fans we've spoke to, and especially on here, were kind of really looking to see. We want Ramsey in there. We want to see Ramsey given a chance. So, but nonetheless, no matter how he's found himself in the team, he's in the team now, and I think it was really good to see him in goal for Newcastle. I think he made a difference as well with Newcastle playing out from the back. And I was, yeah, I mean, actually, the first goal was so quick. I
Mm,
actually missed it. I seen the teams come out and went to get myself a cuppa, came back in and the sitting room and seen on the TV it was 1-0. So brilliant start. And I think obviously Miley was another change that he's made. He's dropped Tonali against Everton, brought in Miley. And again, it was a surprise because on one hand he's brought in Miley, and we've been calling for that. Miley and Ramsey, we want to see these players given a chance. But obviously, it was also a kind of surprise that he's dropped Tonali for one of those players. But we do talk about rotation, don't we? So, and how many games can these players play in a row? So,
well, that's it.
Tonali is no different in that way. So it was a gamble, but it paid off massively. And just on Miley, it just showed, I thought, how good he is and how good he can be, the potential he's got. He's so composed. He always buys himself that half a yard when he needs to, when he's under pressure in his own half. He's passing is really sharp. And he's tall, so he's got that long stride, with and without the ball, so he can make up ground. And he's
Mm,
just got maturity way beyond his years. I think he's a real talent, and it's just great that he's in the team now. So he was really good. I thought Bruno was exceptional in that I thought everything he done was kind of top notch.
mm,
Passing, tackling, he's covering the ground, and he was kind of back to his best. So great to see. And also Dan Burn, I thought made some really good blocks. Lewis Hall made a really important block when it was 1-0. And so again, Dan Burn back to his best in his best position. Apart
mm,
from that one moment in the second half when Everton had the disallowed goal, where
yeah.
Burn just, yeah, I don't know what he was
He
doing
ducked,
there.
didn't he?
He just completely, yeah, missed the flight of the ball.
Mm,
But apart from that, he was rock solid, and yeah, it was just a brilliant first half. And with Voltemeda, I mean, Pickford came out and you made it tough for me. You said, kind of saying to Voltemeda, if you're going to beat us, if you're going to score, it's going to have to be the hard way kind of thing. And to have the audacity and the composure just to chip it like that was just class, just pure class.
uh,
So brilliant. And it was professional job. They kept the ball a lot better than what they have been doing away from home against the likes of Brentford and Brighton. Those games that we've seen this season, I thought it was less of a kind of firefighting job. They kind of took control a bit better this
less
time.
less frenetic,
Yeah,
maybe. It's It's like what we were saying after the Marseille game. I think Gary was saying about how it was kind of just gun ho, and for winning the game, you don't need to be chasing it. You win the game, you 1-0 up, and um, you're kind of nearly getting in to get a second goal, but it's so gun ho, like I say, it's on the edge. Whereas, like you say, I think the Everton game was a more composed, more assured with the ball, keeping the ball, working the openings as in when. And just to go back to the keepers, it is annoying like that Pope's injured, and I'm gonna, I suppose we'll take at face value that he's injured because, like we said initially, oh, that's maybe Eddie Howe just making that up so that he's protecting Nick Pope. He doesn't want to come out publicly and say he's been dropped. Um, so this is a nice get out clause, and it's kind of man management. And then on the one hand, I would like that, and I think it's clever. But on the other hand, I think players, should be able to just acknowledge and take being dropped from the side without being that much. But I think it does seem like it's a genuine injury, doesn't it? He's out now, I think, like 3 weeks or something. So if if he's not actually injured, you'd be risking having a third choice keeper in Ruddy on the bench, wouldn't you? I
Hmm.
don't. Eddie Howe would do that, so he must be injured. And, it is like I say. I wanted to see what Eddie Howe was going to decide. I really did.
Mm.
It's it is annoying, like, but ultimately, I'm pleased that Ramsdale's in, like you say. At least he's in by hook or by crook.
Mm. It sounds like he might have played Pope in the way that he was saying that
Uh,
he would always back him,
oh,
and if he had have been fit, that was the kind of the day of reckoning that everyone was waiting for, whether that would have been the case or not. But
aye,
just got to hope that I think Ramsdale now is hopefully given a fair crack at the whip, and he's now hopefully given a run in the team
aye. I
because
mean,
he didn't have that much to do, but
he didn't.
it's that thing with the way the game is now and the way the defenders play out from the back. I thought even in those moments with Ramsdale, it was a bit more seamless. The kind of
I
transition
agree.
from the defense up to the into the midfield and the attack. Just Ramsdale
Aye.
being there, I think, gave the defenders a bit more composure and
Mm.
confidence that they could work their way out of defense.
I think there was one ball, in the first half from Ramsdale that really set us off.
Mm,
It was down like the left hand side. I think he pinged a lovely ball. It might have been Lewis Hall. I think when I set piece and it got cleared to Ramsdale, and he pinged a lovely ball down the left to, I believe, Lewis Hall, who then played it to Dan Burn, who was still forward from a set piece,
hmm
and he whipped in an actually really nice cross that I think Harvey Barnes got the end of, and that's when he hit the bar with that deflected shot.
mm.
I'm sure that started from Ramsdale. Uh,
There you go.
I don't think Nick Pope would have made that pass. So
Mm,
I mean, there was one from Ramsdale where it was like it was skating on thin ice, where it was right to Bruno, who had somebody on him in a dangerous area. So you know, got to be careful. Don't want to overplay in dangerous areas, but at least we'll see now what Ramsdale is made of over the next few weeks.
mm.
So I'm happy with that. I mean, I obviously Malik Thiaw, brilliant, obviously
Yeah.
2 goals, and just on rotation. So like I was really pleased that Tonali was rested because I was saying after the Marseille game, you know, when we're saying about um, he wouldn't have rotated and he would have staked everything on the Marseille game and kept players out for the Everton game. But for me, like I was looking at Bruno and Tonali and thinking they've played 90 minutes now in 3 games, in whatever 10 days after the Marseille game. I would have rested one of them for the Marseille game. So I assumed that we'd be playing them both against Everton, with it being the bread and
Mm,
butter. And yeah, obviously you want to play your best players, you want to win as many games as possible, but you've got to use your squad. We've said it a million times. So I was pleasantly surprised that Tonali was on the bench because Miley needs to come in, either Ramsey or Miley, but one of them needs they need to come in and get minutes. They need to show what they can do. Um, so yeah, I was pleased with that, and like you say, it proved to be correct in that Miley is a capable deputy, and he'll carry on learning. But while he is learning, he's clearly got a lot of quality. So Tonali isn't burnt out. He's got his rest. I don't know about Bruno tonight. We'll talk about the Spurs lineup because if Bruno does play, that's 4 games he would have played in whatever 12 days, um, 14 days. So again, I can't help but think, well, you've got to bite the bullet. Just rotate. If you've got Tonali with Miley and Joe Linton, or even Ramsey thrown in there, that should be enough to win. To be honest with you, like
Hmm.
we're playing a side who's down in the dumps right now. Like I say, you've got to trust your squad. So, any concerns about the fitness data, about tiredness, about knocks, now is the time to rotate with all these games. And bear in mind, we've got Burnley as well. Um, so afterwards, you could bring obviously Bruno back in for that, and you could rest somebody else for that. Harvey Barnes comes into the conversation, I think, around rotation because he's played every game, which is great because I've wanted him in. Um, but again, you don't want to burn players out. You don't want to wear them out so much to get an injury. So uh, maybe tonight, and it will come on to Spurs lineup, but maybe I'm just thinking with Harvey Barnes, could you rotate him as much as Gordon is not my cup of tea? Give him a run out and then bring Barnes back in after, but we'll see. I just want to pick up a few things here. Obviously, this is talking about the it's relevant to the Spurs game as well because it's very similar to what I said um, against Man City. So I was talking about the flat midfield, um, and I just want to highlight this because it just shows that no matter what the type of game it is, and no matter how well we play, I think we do play this flat midfield, and I
Hmm.
think we will give away chances. So even against Everton, I know it wasn't a clear cut chance, but and every team's going to have the moments. But it's just interesting how we do play this flat midfield, and this is something we're going to be wary of against Spurs. As much as Spurs, our side, we should be beaten right now. But
Hmm.
I'll just share this on the screen.
Yeah.
There you go. Right. It's just something I noticed when I was watching the first half back.
Mhm.
So you've got obviously
And
the
just before
midfield
you,
there.
yeah, sorry, just before you get into
Right.
that, I've got a note down as well here to say that when it was 1-0, I noticed as well, watching at the time, that they were kind of getting through the midfield when it was 1-0, and they had
Aye.
quite a bit of possession at one point. Obviously, that's understandable of the home team, but yeah, I spotted that as well.
Aye.
I
Aye.
haven't
We're
seen it
just
back, but let's
right.
yeah, let's have a look.
I think honestly, it's just the way that we set up. I think it's just inevitable that we will concede this sort of ground, and um, I know 1-4-1, and a win will be like 1-4-1, man. What you talking about? Just be happy, and so I get that as well. But like I said, I think just I find it interesting how we line up with this shape because even though we want to be compact, if you look here, it's the same thing as what I highlighted a week ago, where you've got the midfield lined up there, and Dan Burn, I'll show this, but Dan Burn basically after this move, he um shows he kind of gesticulates afterwards, saying we need to be closing down. So he's probably talking about. I think he'll be talking about this moment here. So I think it's Barry on the ball. So Alanga there, for me, should be in his face because the whole point is that we don't want to concede ground with that line there. We're staying firm. We don't want to drop deep and invite them on. But if we're staying firm there and the space isn't behind, if they can unlock that door there, then somebody needs to be pressing. And I think that's what Dan Burn was on about. Um, so I'll just move it on. So obviously no
The,
one's
the like
pressing. You've
the
got
like the aye, I mean the cavalry like that in a line, just ready to charge if they were to win it. That's probably the
well
thinking
exactly,
behind it.
exactly, exactly. And I know obviously we've got the back four there. So I'll take well, what's the problem? It's 4-4. We can deal with that. But it's not ideal when you've got runners coming onto you like that. And so he plays it, and I'll just share this now. So he plays it there to, I think it's Grealish. So now Grealish has turned. So obviously the midfield has been bypassed. You've got him running in. Obviously you've got him there, and obviously, those are there to be marking him, and you've got him behind. And obviously, like I say, we've got the numbers. Um, but it's just, again, not ideal when they are running onto you like that with nobody tracking them. So then it moves on again, and he slides the ball, Grealish, down the line there. I think it's Grealish, to the Everton player there. And what we'll have now is, you know, the man at the back stick isn't being tracked. So if that Everton player was able to get the ball across, he's coming in unmarked, because we haven't got the midfield tracking the runners. Do you know what I mean? Because it's a flat midfield. And to be fair, I think maybe Barnes should be tracking him there. I'm not sure.
Well, that's a wide player, isn't it? So that wouldn't
It is.
be
I
the
think so.
centre mids.
Aye,
That wouldn't be the
aye.
centre mid's job to track him.
And then obviously Burn there, he comes across, great tackle. It's last ditch type stuff, which you don't really want to be doing, but it's a great tackle, and it goes out for a
That's what
corner.
he's
And
there
then
for.
afterwards, that's true, that's true. And so then afterwards, you see Dan Burn
Mm,
going on like that, and he was saying to one of them, "You need to get closer," you
mm,
know. So it's probably before they break through the lines is when he's saying that. So we'll see again tonight, but um, as better as we were, and as more kind of solid as we were, I just think we will always give away chances playing with a flat midfield like that. Um, so yeah, we'll see
mm.
against. So it's what in terms of Alanga, um, I'm going to come out of the screen. I want to just talk about Alanga, and then I'm going to put something on to his ends. So yeah, like I was pleased with Alanga's assist, obviously. So I'm pleased he got that under his belt. Um, but he was still a bit hit and miss when I think he still
Mhm,
kind of looks a bit frail, I would say, mentally.
mm,
He gets the ball, he gives it away a lot, and he's a bit timid, I would say, on the ball. What
mhm.
did you think of Langa?
I thought the same. I mean, I like I said, I missed the first goal, so I was unaware that he had set. He kind of he got the corner. Yeah, he burst forward, great
Aye,
hold up play, Voltemeda. Then Elanga bursts forward, and we get the corner from there. It wasn't a great shot,
it was a
really.
weak finish, wasn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like
Mm.
it was really like a poor connection,
Bit like
and that's
a
it's
bit
been
like
hard.
deja vu with the Villa game, first game of the season. It
Aye,
was kind of deja vu.
aye,
That was straight from the kickoff as well, pretty much. So that's kind of weird that he's been in the exact same spot twice now
aye.
at the same time of the match so early. Um, he wasn't outstanding, but like you say, he got that assist, and we've won 4-1 with him in the team. So that's going to do his
Mm,
confidence the world of good. I think that there is a player there that hopefully will come good.
mm.
For 50 odd million, it's you kind of hope that that is the case. But yeah, he wasn't kind of the Alanga you would have kind of wanted to have seen, from his Forest days. He's not at
Mm.
that level still. So, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe he's going to be one of these players who just comes into his own at the back end of the season,
Mm.
and that's not always a bad thing. When, like I say, the business end of the season, when things matter
Oh, that's true.
big time, you want players to step up. He's obviously taken a long time, or a bit of time to bed in. I think, like you say, it's some players just hit the ground running straight away when they move. Others take a while. Other players, it just doesn't work full stop, and you have to move them on.
Mm.
So you just got to hope he's not going to be in that category, and he will hopefully come good. Like I say, he started and we've won, so you can take confidence from that.
Aye, I think just for me, games here and there. is the best way for him right now, and if we can win when he's playing, like you say, just get his confidence up a bit.
Aye.
Um, but I think it it hasn't worked out in that. The whole point was that he'd plug in and play and just go and give us his best version of himself from the off. Um, having being a Premier League player, and that obviously hasn't happened. It's not going to happen. Um, he did do it. One thing he did do. I want to highlight here was this. So let me just bring this up here. Yeah, you can see that, can't you?
Yeah.
Okay. So Elanga there, when he's facing the fullback, for me, just don't complicate things. Like, keep it simple, because he is overthinking things. It's not going well in terms of general play at times. Um, you don't want to. He's probably being hard on himself. He's probably his biggest critic. So simplify your game. You've got the pace. Um, you can beat the fullback with that pace. Just literally get down the line. You don't need to come inside. You don't need to use your left foot all the time. You're right footed naturally. Go down the line like I'm indicating here, and he does that. So I'll move it on here. So then goes down the line there, beats the fullback easily because he's got that pace. Just do that. Just knock it down and then whip it in. And he does whip it in. It's not the greatest ball ever, but at least he gets it in there. And to be fair to him, if someone's making a near post run there, then there's a chance for them, you know?
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah.
so I just think when he does play, he needs to be sticking to a simple move like that. Um, and I think slowly but surely, his attributes, whether it's facing up the fullback like that and creating chances that way, or whether it's on the break in a counter attack, I think his attributes will then start to show and tell. Uh, so I think for me though, it's a case of um, Murphy coming in as long as he's fit. Um, yeah, that's
Aye.
I mean, we'll have a look at the team news as well.
Mhm.
Um,
Well, just on
but
individual players, Lewis Hall done really well against Njai because he's a quality player for Everton on their right wing. He's really
aye,
tricky.
mm,
And yeah, he had a few moments, but I think overall he was kept pretty quiet by Lewis Hall. I think because Njai kind of sensed that Lewis Hall has got the pace to keep up. So that I think
mm,
affected Njai's game. He wasn't maybe as being as direct as what he maybe normally is
mm,
because he maybe sensed that Lewis Hall he's kind of like I say he's got the acceleration and the pace to keep up. So yeah, um, brilliant one on one because like I say he's a really dangerous player. I know they were missing Everton were missing Idris Gueye in the middle. So I don't know if
right,
his energy would have it might have made a difference. It probably would have to be fair if he was fit or he wasn't injured. He was suspended, wasn't he? So yeah, if he was playing in the middle, I've seen a few people saying that they missed him.
aye,
So yeah, that might have made a difference for them.
aye,
But yeah, the duels they kind of seem to win a lot of the one-on-one duels in the defense in the midfield, and it was a nice contrast from the like I say the previous away games that we've seen, and that green strip, the green kit ain't that bad after all, is it? So
And when I heard that, I was like, I wasn't confident before. I'm definitely not confident now.
yeah,
Because it felt like a curse, like, and you're
mm.
just thinking, like, just bin that for now. You know what I mean?
the
But
battle the battle through it.
aye, aye.
I mean, if Shelley's in the chat, our Toffee Blue,
Hmm,
then give us your thoughts, Shell, and let us know what you thought
aye,
about Saturday.
yeah.
I know
I'll
you
go
won't
through
be
some.
too chuffed, you won't be too happy, but let us
Mm,
know what you think. What went wrong for Everton?
mm. I'll go through some of the comments now. Let's have a look. Thank you, Anthony. Appreciate it. And yeah, thanks, Lynn. Thanks a lot. Um, so we've got a super chat here. Um, so Anthony just became a member. Spot on, top man. Um,
I don't know
have a look at
if Win, I don't know if Win knocks on your door for that one as well. I mean,
probably.
I'll check it. You never know. It might be one of the perks.
Hmm. Yeah, we'll have a look for the lineup because it should be soon actually. And cheers, Gary. Cheers, mate. Appreciate it. Um,
Aye,
so
cheers, guys. Aye, the big guns are, like I say, are on the horizon after us. So stay tuned.
hmm. Yeah, I'm just looking to see here if there's any news, but I don't think there is.
Were you looking for the team news?
Yeah, just keep an eye out for that as well.
Mhm.
But I'm just looking through the comments as well. So look, he's saying, "What did you guys? You guys did well when did get the first important sit back, flat back 5." So I think you're saying there about we got the first goal and we were able to sit back a bit against Everton.
Mm.
To be fair, I
Well,
think we did that better again than we did against Marseille, where it was a crazy
mm,
basketball game.
mhm.
Um,
Yeah, we had moments of really good possession. I mean, to be fair, at 1-0, Everton being the home team, they came in back into it. I think they had about 15 minutes where or maybe 20 minutes, they were the dominant team.
mm,
And you thought, if this keeps going, they're knocking on the door here. But we were never really sort of like, they didn't really carve open any clear cut chances.
mm,
But after about 20 minutes, you're still thinking to yourself, we need to get a hold of the ball at some point because they will probably carve something out sooner rather than later. And I think it was at that point where we had some nice moments of possession. And soon after, that's when we made it 2-0 with Miley.
mm.
And then again at 2-0, we had even more possession then. And it was, yeah, just what we've been saying about how we don't want this kind of. I mean, away from home, you're going to have some games where it's chaotic. That's just inevitable. But, you also do want to see performances if you're going to win away from home. You know, if you're the manager, you want to see your team controlling the game as much as possible. And we haven't done that enough in a lot of away games. We did that, especially at 2-0. You know, 2-0 sometimes is a dangerous scoreline. So, but we kind of took charge, and obviously, Volta goal just killed it off um, just before half time. So, and also, talking about contrasting performances, with that game, with previous games we've had, we took our chances. So, how many
True.
times have we seen Newcastle where we carve open? Was it Fulham at home
Aye,
in the first half? Should
that
have
should have
been
been
2
comfortable.
3-0 at half time, and we made it hard for ourselves. So, and we've had games where, yeah, we just carve open all these chances, and we end up, what was it, the previous home game as well against City. You were thinking, are we going to be left to rue these chances that Barnes
Aye,
had? So, and
aye,
obviously
aye.
we came back, didn't matter in the end. But this time against Everton, I thought the only chance that we kind of missed, that when Barnes went in, I think it got deflected, didn't it? I think it got
Aye,
blocked.
aye.
So it was a good block, to be fair. But no, every other chance we just pretty much just put it away. We're
Yeah.
clinical that way. So yeah, perfect away performance, I suppose.
Mm. Uh, Brant, I think it is, says the idea of Prem Proven is someone who can come into a team and hit the ground running because he's proved it already. It's an expensive
Mm.
myth, obviously in reference to Alanga. I
Mm.
think I think what it is like with Alanga and when the whole Prem Proven thing is, um, it's partly I think there's the physical side and then there's the mental side. So I think um, if a player can handle the Premier League physically, uh, then that's a massive plus. If you know they can come in and not be bullied off the ball, they know that they're not going to have as much time in the ball as you do get in other leagues. That's just the way it is. Um, I think with Alanga, while he knows that and he's used to that with Forest, Well, there's a couple of things actually. Is the mentality in terms of, I think he seems to be, um, he's not mentally there, and like I've said
Mm.
before, I don't know if it's the move, it's the big move that he's had. With respect to Forest, he's still moved to like a club in the Champions League, and for a lot of money, and it's kind of his. He was at Man United, he's went to Forest. Now it's his shot to prove, and actually he is a top player. And I think mentally, while he's got the physical attributes, but mentally he's not there. And I think this move has been a lot for him to take in, and I think that's part of the problem with Alanga right now. Um, I also think that the other side of it is I was going to say now. So it's the price tag. Sorry, I think the price tag has weighed heavily on his mind in that regard, and also the counter attack side of things. So with Forest, he was used to counter attacking. We're seeing the highlight reel when he scored against Man United and other goals where it's all in the break. Um, so I think it's adjusting to being with a side that wants to have more of the ball. I know it's up in the air right now. Has been the season as to what we actually are, but ultimately we do want to have more of the ball than Forest wanted when he was there. So I think it's adapting to that as well. Do you know what I mean? I think it's those elements that's
Mm. I
contributed to
think
him not settling like we wanted.
yeah, Prem proven. I suppose the best example I can think of that is Trippier coming
Mm,
in from Atletico. He's coming back to England, and he's up to speed with the rigors of the Premier League. Like you say, it's not just the ability; it's the mentality, the mental side and the physical side. And Trippier slotted in there because he's been there and done it. He doesn't have to necessarily learn about the like I say, the rigors and the pace of the combativeness of the
mm,
Premier League. And you kind of knew that. You knew what you were getting there with Trippier because of his experience. But I do kind of agree with Brant in that, there's no guarantees in football. I think he's probably one you could hang your hat on for that experience to shine through. But yeah, there are players where, like Elanga's a good example, but there's other players as well where just because they've got the experience, it doesn't mean that they're going to just do it straight away.
yeah,
And I think that's where the scouting and the due diligence comes into play, where you look at these players like I say, I'm bringing Trippier um, into the equation because he's someone I think where if you want that prem proven kind of signing, you would kind of, like I say, hang your hat on his mentality to have that experience shine through.
yeah.
So it's probably something where you would need to just really do more digging to know what you're getting that way.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, Alanga, it's been a slow start to
Mm.
his Newcastle career. I just hope he can eventually become a good player for Newcastle. There is time yet, so we'll see.
Jeremy Graham says Alanga needs to start. He clearly needs more game time. Bench Gordon and stick Willock on for a full game. These players will come good as long as they're getting game time. You know, I'm in two minds. You know what I mean? Like play Alanga tonight. It'll be interesting. It would be interesting
I
to see
would
how we go.
personally,
Right.
I'd
I
play
mean,
Alanga.
the thing is, right? You could play him. You could play him left. We said this didn't well. Like if you don't want to play Gordon, and I wouldn't blame anyone for that with the way he's playing this season. You could play Langer left and then bring Murphy on the right to start. And for me, if Murphy is fit, then he plays tonight. Um, he's our
Would you
best right
not?
winger.
Right. I get where you're coming from because Murphy is the first choice. He's you know yeah, he's brilliant. Murphy. We've said before about how great he is with getting the ball in the box, and he's a bit of a throwback that way, but he's so effective in how he plays, how direct he is, and the quality of cross he's got on his right foot is immense. So yes, he's first choice, but do you not keep Elanga in there to in terms of you want him to become an important player for Newcastle, even if it is just someone who is rotated. You want him to get up to speed so that he feels settled when he does come in. And if you take him out now, then when he comes back in at some point, is he really going to feel that settled enough to produce his best form? Like, do you not maybe keep him in now? We've won against Everton, big win, 4-1. He's played his part. He's got an assist. Tottenham at home, and then possibly, see how it goes. But you can maybe bring Murphy in on the weekend instead,
Mm.
and just maybe share the workload that way.
I mean, what I would say, I suppose, is that this game's more suited to Elanga than Burnley, because Burnley are going to be sitting deep, and obviously that's not Elanga's game. So I suppose
Aye.
maybe you could play Elanga at night, then bring in Murphy for that one.
Murphy to
I've
unlock
just
the door.
uh,
Murphy to unlock the door against Burnley, like I say,
exactly,
playing
exactly.
against a
Murphy
deeper
unlocks the deep
line
lying
defence.
teams, aye.
Mm.
Whereas you want Elanga's pace on the counter. Um, and there'll be more counter attacks in this game against Spurs, you would have thought, than there would be against Burnley. So it makes sense that you would play Elanga, I suppose, in this one. It just, I want to, you know, he's not there. He's not 100%. And obviously, you'll only get there by playing. I understand that. But I'd be wary of thrusting him in now from the start all the time, because even though he got his assist, even though he played his part in the 4-1 win, I see in that first half, and he's still not quite up to speed in terms of general play. And I think he's still a player who we have to be careful with, because mentally, if he has a bad game, I think he's going to take, he's going to go down. Whereas I think we have to build him up carefully. It's going to take a lot of building him up, because I don't see a confident player there. Do you know what I mean? Whereas I see somebody who, if he has a bad game, then that'll affect him a lot more than a good game. In that we're gonna have to wring out as much as we can slowly over time with him. And for me, that comes with rotation in and out with Murphy, and
I mean, you
more
can
often
bring
than
Murphy
not.
on. That's the thing tonight. If
You could,
if Elanga starts,
aye,
if it ain't going well, you bring Murphy on. Kind of early doors, not
aye.
not too late. So you've always got that option. I would start Elanga and hope that he does the business. I think being at home, we've got the kind of impetus to attack, and Tottenham,
Mm.
yeah, they're going to try and win as well, but the onus is on us to attack. So I think you'll get his chances to get at them down the right side.
True,
He'll
true.
be confident. I think he'll be probably the most confident now than he's ever been.
Mm.
After that, getting that assist, didn't play amazing. He wasn't outstanding. Don't get us wrong, but got the assist. We're 1-4-1. He'll be confident, I think, going in tonight's game.
He should, but he should be. You know what I mean? But
If he
it's
isn't,
just,
then if it doesn't work, like I say, you get him off and you put Murphy on. But I just think
mm,
he's warranted that chance now tonight to see what he can do in front of the home fans this time.
aye. Well, the team news will be out soon, so we'll
Aye.
keep on checking for that. So
Don't get us wrong, Murphy, brilliant, and I would have him back in against Burnley. But like you
aye.
say, deep line defense probably against Burnley, that might be harder to unlock. So that's where you need Murphy's crossing, and he's able to pick out a pass, and he better than Alanga.
Mm.
But we'll talk about Tottenham as well, because Tottenham, they're just erratic. They can push up, can't they, quite a lot of the time to try and kind of like
We'll,
push the
we'll,
opposition back with their defense. So I think Alanga hopefully will get a lot of space.
we'll come on to them.
Aye.
Um, Judy Esther Wijnaldum says, we grew in confidence after our 2-0 goal and managed to control the game nicely, refreshing. Yeah, yeah, it was definitely more controlled
Totally.
than yesterday.
Yeah.
Troll says, even with Prem proven players, Howe uses half a season before he uses them. And yeah, obviously, like we've said, like with Ramsey, for example,
Mm.
he needed more game time up till now, no doubt about it, unless he's having stinkers in training. But I think it is a pattern with Eddie Howe. And we'll come on to the midfield for tonight, because he's got a selection there to make. Obviously, I alluded before about Tonali and Bruno, and the games they've played. And Bruno is now going to be playing 4 games if he is tonight, 4 games in 2 weeks. So I think you could bring Tonali in tonight and then rest Bruno. I think that's something I would do, to be honest with you. Just have a look at some more comments here. Um, I got a feeling he will score against us at St James's Park tonight. I'm not sure. Sorry, who you're talking about that. Someone will get a good beating at St James's, and I can see this happening tonight. Says Toon, not hopefully. I think if we win this, I think it's kind of like, you don't want to say turn the corner, but it sets us up nicely, doesn't it, for the rest of the season,
Yeah.
where we can have a right charge towards the top six, as opposed to mid-table, where if we don't win, it's like, you know what, this season could well be, more around mid-table.
Mhm.
It's so tight. That's the thing. It's a bit deceiving. There's so little points between the teams from whatever fifth down to bottom half. So to be
Mm.
fair, it is quite deceiving. The table.
We've
Tottenham have a
got
lot of
just
flaws for their game now. Says
oh yeah, totally.
look to sing.
Just there, we've got greetings from the States um, in the comments there. So yeah, our overlord Chris is from Missouri. So let us know where you're from, mate.
Definitely. Um. So yeah, I think with Spurs, I mean, just to talk about that Spurs team compared to us, because we have, I think, we've criticised the team this year, and I think there has been games where they've went to the likes of West Ham, and Brentford to an extent where they haven't shown up. Definitely West Ham was like, um, I think that was a poor attitude, a poor mentality in that game. You got
Hmm.
top boss there saying he's got the tune in January, folks. So you're there, so we'll look forward to that.
Nice one.
Aye.
Well, you got your bodyguards here, Chris, ready and waiting.
Um, aye. So like with Spurs, right? You look at the characters in their team compared to ours. We've had off days this season, but my God, like to me, it's chalk and cheese. And you look at like Vicario for them, and they're having an issue right now with their fans, and they're literally having meetings, the Spurs players, to kind of cement their feelings that, you know what, we're not with the fans. We don't like the way the fans go on at home. We're not going to clap them, and we're going to go in a huddle at half time and walk off as a show of solidarity between us. Like that's literally what they've said. I don't know if you've seen that, Peter. Um,
Seriously.
seriously, like
Well,
that's what they've been saying behind the scenes.
right.
But,
Well, it's funny you say that. So we'll get into Tottenham, right? Because you're saying there that it just came out that they're going to do that, that they're not happy with their own fans. Yeah.
mm,
And they want to kind of rebel against how the fans
yeah,
are treating them. Right. Well, it's funny you say that because, I mean, we were talking about Tottenham, a few days ago when we watched the Fulham game, Tottenham Fulham. So before that was announced, what you've just said there, I've got something written down here about Tottenham, some notes here, and basically, we agree that that squad, that team, in terms of character, they're an awful bunch. That there's a
yeah,
serious lack of togetherness at that club, but especially, like you say, between the fans and the players. And I'm someone who normally I think the fans should always kind of try and get behind your team, whoever you support. I think a lot of the time it can be detrimental to the team if you just start getting on the players' backs all the time, and we've seen that down the years. It often doesn't help, but there are exceptions where fans are paying good money, and there's sometimes maybe you think they need to kick up the arse, and you just need to kind of let them know. And there's other times when what we saw with Tottenham against
yeah,
Fulham, and where I'll mention as well against Newcastle in the cup, Jed Spence, and not just him. I mean the rest of the team. They were complaining to the ref that he was tying his shoelace, and they think that's a legitimate complaint that he's
yeah,
taking 10 hours to do his bloody shoelace to stop a corner,
yeah,
rather than just getting on with it and actually doing what you pay to do and defend the corner. They thought it was a legitimate complaint. I mean, that tells you a lot about where their mindset, where their heads are at. And we saw against Fulham with the goalkeeper, and what's he doing? Playing the ball from the left back position back into the field, into the kind of the midfield area, and then kicking off with God knows who afterwards. Like, it wasn't his fault, and then Pedro Porro at full time kicking off with the fans, like as if he's surprised that the fans are kind of like a bit bemused at that
It's
performance. Like,
ridiculous.
there's a
Aye.
massive disconnect there, but between we're just looking from the outside, but I've sensed that it ain't all rosy at
It's
at
not.
Tottenham.
It's not all rosy. Not and it's a group of players who are living in their own bubble, who don't want to take responsibility, who don't want to show character, who aren't together. They might say they're together, but it's for the wrong reasons. And it makes me grateful. Like I say, we've had stinkers this year, but by and large, it makes me grateful that we have got characters at the club who want to do the best for the badge, for the fans, for themselves and the teammates. And more often than not, they will turn up and they will front up. And when you've got a goalkeeper coming out the way he came out, not only did he not put it in touch, he, whatever I don't know whatever he tried, what it was, but it was a ball up the line. That's borderline taking the pee, the way he played there. And like you say, when the ball goes in from the Fulham player, for him to turn around, and the first thing he does is lambast and blame his teammates. I think it might have been Bergvall he was on. I might be wrong, but he was asking somebody, I think, to show for the ball. It's like,
Mm,
mate, you
mhm,
just need to put that in touch, or just get some height on it and just reset. What you're faffing around for like that in the 3rd minute of the game, where fans are coming to the ground where they've been watching the team play terrible, not even showing up for a derby game. So I would never really, I'd never want to boo our own players. I think most of the time you don't want to do that. You don't want to single out players. You're the 12th man for a reason. You're there to get behind the team. Make it a cauldron.
mhm.
But with this group of players Spurs have, the unlikable bunch who I'm very glad are not wearing the black and white. Um, and I'd love for us. We need to get into them, and we need to just rattle them. And they won't. I mean, fair enough. They're kind of backs against the wall now, so they might respond. You never know. Thomas Frank might get a tune out of them tonight, a short term tune out of them. But I'd like to think that if we get in their faces and we play at a high tempo, they're not going to be up for once the game goes against them. So
Mm,
we need to take advantage of that tonight. We really
mhm.
do.
Yeah, like I said, I don't want to. I could be eating me words at full time tonight, but we're just going off what we've seen, so far from Tottenham. And like you say, that they might turn up tonight and they might have a bit of defiance about them.
Mm.
I mean, if you're a Tottenham fan, you think to yourself, they bloody better do, because yeah, after the Fulham game and just the games in general at the Tottenham Stadium, like we've said, there's a massive disconnect, and it's kind of strange how they were up there at one point a couple of weeks ago. They were top 4, top 6,
Mm.
and every time I watched them, I just thought, how are they up there? They never really looked that great, and he hasn't had in terms of points, he hasn't had a great start. Thomas Frank, when you look at the stats with Ange, Big Ange, and he actually had more points this time last season than Thomas Frank, which is a
I
massive
mean,
surprise.
Ange, I think for me, even though you won the cup, he's still out of goal for me. And I think Thomas Frank, he's obviously a good manager. You don't do what he did at Brentford without being a good manager. There's
No,
that typical case of, can you step up from a mid-table team where there's less expectation to a team who wants to be competing for Europe? So like that's always the question mark against managers who do well at the likes of Brentford, with respect, and Bournemouth, etc. But um, I think there's a question mark with Thomas Frank for that, with regards to that. But I think they finished 17th last season, and he's been dealt a bad hand in terms of he's got players who haven't got metal.
Mm.
essentially. And Terry says here, there's still no mugs, Tottenham lads. Don't think it'll be easy. And I know what you mean, mate. Like, they're not the worst team ever, but just purely from a character point of view,
Mm. Is that
they
Tez,
haven't
by the
got
way?
much. I'm not sure.
It looks like the same username as Tez from the other
Right.
week. All right, go on
Nice
to
one.
me. Go on.
Aye. But I think, you know, in terms of character, if they go 1-0 down, we need to just, hammer that home and get in their faces. And I think it's then when their lack of bottle, if you like, will come come home to roost.
Mm.
Just one other point, by the way, that's interesting is what Pedro Porro was doing at full time against Fulham was he was berating Bergvall, the 19-year-old who plays for Spurs, who's a good young player, for clapping the fans. So Bergvall was clapping the fans at full time. Yeah, we've played crap. Use it annoyed. I'll give you a few claps before I go off anyway, just to kind of front up. And Pedro Porro was kicking off at that. He was literally saying to Bergvall, "What you doing?"
Was he?
Aye, that's what he was doing. He was kicking off at him, saying, "Why are you clapping the fans? You shouldn't be clapping the fans.
Mm.
They are this, they are that." So that's like you say, the disconnect that Spurs have right now. So let's get into them. Let's claw them down the league. I said a few weeks ago we need to do that. They're up there, and we need to chase them because I think while there's question marks about us this season, I think we're better than them, and we need to be finishing above them the way they're playing.
Mm.
Um,
Aye. It is Tez, by the way. So good to see you,
Top man,
mate.
mate.
I hope you're doing
Right.
well.
Aye.
Good to hear that you've subscribed. So smash the likes. And
No,
I
top
mean,
man. I'm
amazing.
obviously Sunderland fan. Yep, but
Aye.
everyone's welcome as long as there's no trolls. Everyone's welcome. We can have the banter, and good to see you,
Aye.
mate.
I
But I
mean,
saw tonight.
they done over your main man, Viola. I
No,
mean,
jeez.
I've bigged him up as well, but
No,
2-0
no,
down and then coming
I
back
know.
3-2. That
But
is,
I
I mean,
still,
I never seen any of it. I haven't watched the goals or the highlights, but pretty amazing comeback by the looks of things.
mm, aye,
Only
aye.
day after Derby day.
You know
Well,
what, mate?
it's gonna
Aye,
be
I'm still not looking forward to that. That's
it's gonna be tricky for Newcastle. I think Sunderland are gonna be well up for that. They'll be the Black Cats will be licking the lips
aye.
for that one.
This is your chance, mate. This is your chance. You have got massive
Mm.
momentum. Obviously your ground will be rocking, and we'll see what shape we're in beforehand. We might have Wissa back as well. But yeah, I mean derby games are always nervous anyway. But aye, this is the way Sunderland have started. I think with that momentum, that's a strong thing to have. So we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be eventful, that's for sure. Um, but yeah, in terms of Tottenham tonight, so one question mark is Tino as well. So Tino at right back, he played against Man City out of the blue. No one expected that. Um, he played against Marseille. He's played against Everton. Can he play against Spurs? It's four games
Well,
in
you have to get
14 days.
Jim's bunts on the blower and the fitness guru, and
That's
he'll tell
true.
you.
That's true. I mean, it is all
They've got
about
all
a
the
day.
stats. They've got
We're,
all the fitness data.
we're not privy to that.
Nah.
Um,
So
I
it's tough. It's a tough one for fans to kind of predict and to call who plays this week, who plays that week, because like you say, we're not privy to all the fitness stats that the club monitor
mhm.
when they monitor these players. So Tino, I mean, like you say, he was out for a long time, and he came back against City, and he started every game. So he
Aye.
started against City, Marseille, and now Everton. So that's 3 games in a week, pretty much, isn't it? Yeah, 3 games in a week, and then you've got tonight Tottenham, so it's going to be 4 games in like 10 days.
Mm.
or thereabouts. I mean, the way I kind of look at it is, if he's fit, he's fit. I mean, I don't know. I think you can't rotate every player unless they've got fitness issues. Then yeah, but I don't know. It's a tricky one for us as fans to call. You know what I mean? Because, like I say, we're looking at things from the outside, and yeah, Burnley maybe is the better one to rest him if you were going to do that. I mean, you don't want to rest on your levels because every game's a tough game, but maybe Burnley might not be, they going forwards, they might not be as much of a threat as Tottenham. Maybe that's the one where you bring in Kraft then.
If we can, I think if the data says you can, then fine. But he's had a serious injury, and I just can't help but think, look, you've got to respect that, and you've got to bite the bullet and use the squad. So yeah, that's my feeling. Got a super chat there from Wazza. Need Sunderland talk, please. Wishy washy boys. Well, as Chris said emphatically, Washington is ours. It's black and white. So you can ask the American Mag that, and he'll tell you that. But we'll have to talk about it because obviously we've got them coming up. And
Exactly.
Borky says, let's have a look here. I don't know, Borky. I mean, that's overly optimistic for you, mate. You're being negative as usual. Was I? So he's talking about was it? Yeah, 7-0 for me. I'd certainly take that. That's for sure.
Aye.
But I think tonight I like with Tino. I don't know the status with Kraft. That's the only thing. Like, is Kraft fit? He wasn't in the squad, was he, the last few games? So, we'll have to find it out. But I don't know. I think if there's a way of getting Tino a rest, then I would, because it's a serious injury he had. You know what I mean? And like, it's all these games in a row. And look, who am I to say? I'm not a fitness guru. Who knows? But we'll see. I mean, Lewis Hall didn't play against Marseille. He came on, but he didn't play much against Marseille. So maybe Lewis Hall. He came off a cramp against Tottenham. Against Everton. But maybe he can't play tonight. But, certainly, I'd rest Bruno. Bruno. I'm sure he'd be saying, "Look, Gaffer, I can play. Don't worry about me. We know that." But I'd rest him.
And who would you bring in for Bruno? Tonali?
Well, Tonali comes in, and then you could keep those two who played against Everton.
So you'd have Tonali, you'd have the three centre mids, Tonali, you'd keep J7, Joe Linton. So Tonali, J7 and Miley. Is that who you'd play in the middle?
Well, I think it is possibly. I just want to quickly highlight this, sorry. So now Powell says if we'd integrated Saha's back up, and I totally agree. I was thinking about that and I totally forgot about him. Because I was thinking about him a few days ago. You know what? It's not ideal, but even play him. Like, he's a promising young player, and like you say, mate, he should have had more minutes before now, so he's bedded into the side a bit more. So if he is called upon, he can produce. But I just think give a youngster a chance if we need to rest players who were not injury prone, but susceptible if they're playing these amount of games. But yeah, to go back to midfield, I think it's interesting because I think this could be a game where Ramsey could play well, and obviously Ramsey did play against Spurs in the cup, and he had a good game when we won. Was it 2-0? So do you play Tonali, Ramsey, and Miley? Do you need Joe Linton for this one?
Probably not. I wouldn't say so. He will play, I'm sure, because he does.
I know that's the thing. Obviously,
He loves J7. I love him as well, but like we've discussed before, I think there's certain games where he could come out the side and then come back in, depending on the opposition, and yeah. So I think tonight would be a match where you could bring him out. You could afford to bring him out and bring in either like Ramsey. It depends if Bruno's staying in. I mean, if Bruno's staying in, then you could bring Tonali instead of J7 and have Bruno, Tonali, and Miley. And that would, you'd hope that would be good enough. You wouldn't necessarily need that. The muscle that J7 has, as brilliant as it is when he's bossing it, I think Tonali and Bruno, they hustle, they get about, they've got the energy to upset Tottenham. Like we've said, Tottenham mentally, I think, they're on a bit of they've had a low point, and I think it wouldn't take that much to kind of rattle them.
The thing is,
Yeah.
they lack legs. Right, they lack legs in midfield. Bentancur, to me, he's an average player. He's got no pace. Bergvall is a good young player. I mean, he's a bit more nippy, but he's not lightning fast. And Paulina is a good sitting six, but again, he's not the quickest. So if we can have runners beyond their midfield, I think they'd struggle to cope. Was a cheers, mate. Appreciate that super chat. Says strong team tonight, 3-0 half time, then subs on for the rest, and you'd certainly take that. But I think strong
Cheers for
team.
that.
But yes, play a strong team definitely, but again, you've got to look at the fitness and you've got to think ahead. And what is the strongest team for this game? So PDK says Sandro, Bruno, and J7 plays.
Mm.
I've said I'd rest Bruno. I'd rest Bruno because we've got a capable player. Well, certainly Tonali to come in is capable, but
Well,
you've got Ramsey or Miley to come in.
I'll tell you what I
And
would definitely
as
do.
Miley proved, he's perfectly capable.
I was going to say what I would definitely do is keep Miley in the team. I think that's what I think. Yeah, Miley against Bergvall would be interesting. Totally. So we've talked so many times how we've got these players like Miley and Ramsey who need to be given a chance. I think Miley is going to be a gem of a player for someone. If we're not
Yeah.
careful, it's going to be for another club. And he's got, said at the start of the show, he's got maturity beyond his years. And if we'll keep denying him kind of a run in the team, it's just not going to be good for his development or his future at the club. So keep him in. Keep Miley in tonight. I mean, is he 19? I think.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's a massive. He's got massive potential. He's another Anderson, I think.
Aye.
And we don't want the same to happen with Miley like it did with Anderson, where we end up selling him.
Was it there, Tom on again? Cheers, mate. Appreciate it. Super chat. Miley against Bergvall will be interesting. It would be because they are both a similar age and they're both young, highly rated centre midfielders. And I was going to say Bergvall maybe gets in the box a bit more, but I think Miley's got the capability of doing that. But obviously, he plays in a slightly different system with us than Spurs play with Bergvall. But I totally agree. Like obviously, Miley, I think he's got the quality as a young player, and some say he's a 6, some say he's more of a 10. Going forwards. I think for now, I would play him further forward purely just for the responsibility being on his shoulders. Is it maybe a bit much in terms of having that 6, not 6, but don't really play with a 6, but do you know what I mean? Like that central midfielder. And I think if you got Tonali there, I'd just have Tonali in the centre and you could have Miley going forward. So I'd definitely start those two. The question then for me is who do you play with them? I'd rest Bruno and play Bruno against Burnley, get him going after that again. So you have either Joe Linton or Ramsey. And don't get us wrong, they're both athletic to get up and down and break the lines past Spurs as midfield. And their lack of athleticism. Both Ramsey and Joe Linton, I think, can kind of beat that if you like and show that against Spurs. But I just think being at home, you need that goal threat, obviously. And I think Ramsey, I want to see him running behind. And if you got Tonali with him, and obviously Miley there as well, I think that would be a nice balance. And I know people will look at it and be like, oh, well, we shouldn't be resting against Spurs. We're taking it for granted. But again, it's just using the players that you have. And then against Burnley in the following games, obviously we've got European games as well. and we've got the derby round the corner. I
Mm.
just want everyone to be fresh. I want everyone to be sharp, and we just need to juggle these games and bring players out here and there throughout all of them. You know what I mean? So that I think that's what I would do. I think I would play Tonali, um, Ramsey, and Miley tonight.
Mm-hmm. Tonali, Ramsey, and Miley.
Aye.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bruno and J7 on the bench.
Yep,
Mm.
and good place to come on. You know,
Mm-hmm. I know Win would
Niall says we
see
can't
that
have.
as a massive risk.
Yeah, I mean Niall just says there now, power can't let happen. What happened to Anderson? Yeah, happened to Miley, and was a top man. Cheers, mate. Says
Cheers,
Miley
brother.
is very reminiscent of Carrick, calm and assured, and I think
He
it's
is.
spot on. Aye,
Yeah.
aye. Like, I think you said, didn't you? Like he is really. He's only 19, but he's got that calmness. He gets the
Totally.
ball in tight positions, but he doesn't rush. You know, he
I
keeps the
think
ball.
he sees the picture. He sees the whole picture.
Aye,
So he knows before he gets the ball, who's where, what he can do, where he can pass it to. Before he gets the ball, he's got that vision. He's got it mapped out in his head. So I
mm,
think that's probably why he looks so assured on the ball.
mm,
Yeah, in deep positions in his own half, he's not flustered.
aye,
He's calm and composed. So for someone who's 19, and
mm,
at the end of the pitch as well, he likes to get the odd goal. He's not shy in shooting and creating chances. So I think he's a gem of a player. So keep him in there,
aye,
and yeah, definitely got to get the best out of him and not have to sell him like we saw with Anderson.
aye. It'd be nice for him to get a couple of games in a row. You know,
Yeah,
and be
exactly. I mean, okay, he might not stay in for like the rest of the season. Fine, that's normal. We've got lots of games coming up in the league and the cups. So, but you just want to give these players a fair crack at the whip and not just give them one game and then bring them out again. I think, like
mm,
you say, give them a little run, see how it goes, and then it might be time at some point to bring back in whether it's J7 or give Ramsey a chance.
mm,
Yeah, got another super chat there.
aye. 2 seconds. Aye, was it? Aye, brilliant, mate. No, thanks for your support. Appreciate it. So lads, Tonali babysitting tonight then, and I like you could put it that way if it is Ramsey and Miley, but Ramsey is like he knows his way around. You know, he's 24 now, isn't he, or something like that? So like, I know he's had injuries recently. He hasn't had loads of games, but um, I think he's played some games here and there this season where he's looked accomplished. He's looked like he knows where he needs to be. He hasn't flourished in showing his best version yet, but I think he needs games to do that in terms of going forward, in terms of linking the play, getting goals, getting assists. So I think put him. I think the thing with Spurs is that, like I say, their midfield is quite slow. I think they would struggle against runners. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think you've got Ramsey running behind. I think they'd struggle with that.
Mm.
Um, and I know obviously you say you could maybe play Langa, you could play Gordon. Again, part of it is down with the stats, with the fitness. Just with these 4 games that we've had, obviously Voldemort plays. He had his rest against Marseille. Um, Hopefully Lewis Hall's fine after his rest against Marseille as well. PDK says this won't be the Spurs team we played in the cup. Miley too slow for this game, in his opinion. But I think Miley needs to be tested in the Premier League because I think he could be quick enough for the Premier League, and he needs the games to show it. And well, he
Yeah,
just played against obviously Everton. I know Everton weren't great on the day, but he was fine then. You know,
look at the
and I
corner
think
he
it'd be
took as well.
aye,
Quality corner for the first goal.
aye. And obviously playing with Tonali as well. He played with Bruno. He's got that kind of assurance, that experienced leader next to him. You know, like I think it'll be the same with Tonali tonight if
Hmm.
he was with Tonali.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, I agree
so
with Aaron there in the chat. Spurs, they will be looking to prove a point after last game for all that we're tearing them apart for how you know, the characters they got are very dodgy, shall we say. But yeah, you would think, despite that, I think they will be looking to try and make amends tonight. So they might, I think they might be up for it initially at the start, but hopefully we can just get into them and, like you say, rattle them a little bit. Early start, fast start, early doors, and
Mm,
heads might go down then from the Tottenham side.
mm, mm. All right. Well, I think the team news is coming out now. Actually, just wait a second. Right. Okay. Interesting. Good. So obviously Joe Linton's in there. Tonali, Barnes,
Miley's
Liverpool.
been kept in.
So let me just work this out. So you got Joe Linton, Tonali, in the middle with Miley. So he has
Oh,
rested Bruno.
he has, aye.
That's
Aye.
good. Like I was saying, we need
Aye.
to rest Bruno, and he's done that. There you go.
Right.
Um, so to be fair, I think I'll take that. And then you've got Lewis Hall left back. Tino still right back, so it's a fourth game in whatever 12 days for Tino. So like, fingers crossed that he's fit enough to do that. He's not going to break down. And then you've got Murphy brought back in, and I think that's the right call personally in for this particular game. Who is more accomplished, who can come in more creative in terms of this open play against sort of deeper sides. Um, yeah, I think I'm happy with that. And then Barnes left again, fourth game in 12 days or so for him as well. So like, let's say about his fitness. But at least he's not. This could have been the chance to put Gordon in if you're looking at like favourites. And I wouldn't have been averse to putting Gordon in purely to rotate. But we know that Eddie Howe loves Gordon. So I'm pleased that just for that alone, Barton's is still in the side, and obviously he deserves it for his performances because he's been brilliant since he's played against Man City.
Mm. Well, I'm pleased. Ramsdale is still in. Miley's still in. Like you say, he could have quite easily put Barnes in. Put Gordon in for Barnes. He hasn't. He's stuck with Barnes, right? So Ramsdale, Barnes, Miley. I'm chuffed they're all starting. Like you say, Tino Hall still left back, right back. So that's it's a strong back line. Still the same defense from last match. Let's have a look. So yeah, I think the only thing I would say that I would have done differently is I would have played Ilanga and I would have had Murphy on the bench and just let Ilanga cook, let him do
Mm,
his thing and get into a bit of a stride so that he feels a bit more settled.
mm,
Uh, but apart from that, I'm pretty happy with that lineup. And
mm.
like you say, he's dropped Bruno and he's given him a rest. So
Yep, yep. He's heard us, Matt. He's heard us. Cheers, was it?
it looks that way, like, doesn't it?
Yep.
Is he checking his phone on the sly and just checking out YouTube while he's in the dressing
Aye,
room, do you reckon?
aye, aye. He's
Yeah,
talking to my dog. Like, aye, my dog. See what they're
yeah,
saying. Maybe I should do
exactly.
this.
Oh, Tim's saying
Um,
drop Bruno. All right, fucking better do that. Yeah.
right. It's trolls that she says he feels sorry for Ramsey. To be honest, and look, we've got other games, haven't we, coming up this week? Surely Ramsey will play in one of those games. So we'll see. We'll see. I think it's right that Miley, I think, has kept his place because he did deserve that. Um, and it'll be really good to see him tonight. And I really hope he takes his chance. Like
I think,
if he plays
yeah,
really well tonight, he's really kind of putting a statement out to say, look, I am a quality young player. I am ready to come in and play, and I kind of need games here.
mm.
And like you said about Anderson, he's shown that he's capable of coming in and hitting the ground running. So fingers crossed he does it tonight.
Well, I think the Marseille game, that was the game for Ramsey. He brought Willock in instead, and okay, Willock didn't do too bad. He wasn't disaster, but he wasn't. at the same time, he wasn't, a match winner or anything. Ramsey could have quite easily came into that lineup against Marseille,
Mm.
and that was when I think Eddie got that wrong. I think Ramsey, will be kind of sitting on the bench thinking, God, when am I going to get my chance? Do you know what I mean? He's came to the club in the summer. Yes, he's had injuries at the start when he first came from Villa, but yeah, I think there's been games here and there where I think he could have came in instead of
Mm.
other players. Obviously, we've said before there's been games in the past with J7 where we've said J7 could come out and Ramsey could have came in. Miley's the one who's got the nod. It's interesting that he's given Miley the nod ahead of Ramsey because I think they are not too dissimilar kind of players. They're both centre mids, but they're also both, they like to
Mm.
do a bit of everything. Um, and Ramsey has got more experience than Miley, but yet Eddie Howe's he's hung his hat on Miley. I mean, that's, to be fair, that we've called for one of them or both of them to be given a chance, and so I can't really complain too much. He's kept Miley in there for this game after the
Mm.
Everton win when he played against Everton. I think that's it's really good to see. He could have quite easily have put Tonali back in instead of Miley tonight, and he hasn't. Obviously, he's put Tonali in, but he's put Bruno out, and he's kept Miley in there. So I'm pleased with that. And Ramsdale, obviously, I mean, that might be forced upon him. It's not by choice, maybe, if Pope's still injured. But yeah, maybe Eddie is listening to a bit of Talk TV. You know what I mean? But like I say, only change I would do differently is maybe I would have kept with Alanga. But I can't really complain too much about the rest of the lineup.
Mm.
We'll
Mm.
see how it works out. Once it's
Aye.
off.
Yeah, and Eddie Howe's Porky's biggest fan, I'm sure. As PDK says there.
Aye.
Uh,
Oh, he'll love listening to Borky.
mm.
No doubt about that.
Aye. Aye. Jeff O as well.
Aye.
Sure. He loves Jeff O.
Oh, I'm sure.
Does Eddie Howe, I'm sure. I mean, to be fair, obviously, I've said recently, about Eddie Howe and wondered, is it time? Has it went stale? We're talking about Iriola. So, like, I do see where Jefferson's coming from in terms of, like, you know, do you hand the baton over to somebody else for fresh ideas? And but look, we've won against Everton 4-1, and this is a massive chance now. And I mean, we'll see. Like, maybe we can do the same thing this season as we did last season and go on a charge the same time of the year. But the problem this season is all the games that we didn't have last year. So we had the time in between the games for Eddie Howe to do his stuff on the training ground. Like you say, Peter, I think that seems to be something that he struggles with when he doesn't have that time. So, like I say, we'll see.
Hmm.
He's got his chance now to power on and adapt. And like I say, I'm pleased that he is rotating because that's one way around it. You can navigate these fixtures, if you do rotate the side and trust the ones who are going to be coming in.
Hmm.
So let's see. Obviously, we've got players there. We're still playing 4 games in 12 days or so. So, like, fingers crossed they don't break down. But I appreciate it's a balancing act between making changes and not making wholesale changes so that it disrupts everything.
Mm.
We have that one. So athletically lazy says only one keeper on the bench. Hell has frozen over. So that's at least there's not two keepers on the bench um, this time as well, because I don't agree with that either.
Mm.
Uh, and sorry, just wait a second. So Lee McFarlane says these days it's mad to think teams don't have someone all over social media compiling summaries for the management to give the general feelings for the fans and whatnot. I wonder about that, and
I think some clubs will.
I
I bet
think
you
they
some
will,
clubs
like,
will do that. Not
mm,
everyone, but I think Eddie Howe strikes me as someone who, doesn't want to get bogged down in that, and
yeah,
his focus and his energy is going to be on what he sees in front of him, and he's going to concentrate on what he can do. Um, he's the gaffer, and he probably doesn't want to get distracted with emotions, or in terms of emotionally the fans are feeling this way, they're feeling that way. But I think definitely it's some clubs will monitor that. They'll monitor they'll try and gauge the feeling of what a fan's thinking overall. What's the feeling amongst the fan base about this player, or if it's a stadium move as well. Obviously Newcastle have been talking about potentially moving stadium. So even on those issues, definitely that they'll monitor like the social media stuff. What's the general
Well,
feeling on
I
that
know
kind
Alan Pardew said, Alan Pardew said that when he was here, he used to ask John Carver, "What's the feeling out there?"
All right,
Remember
did he?
that?
Mm.
And like John Carver would tell him. So it's like it's the same sort of thing. And there was social media then; it just wasn't maybe quite as much as it
I
is
wasn't
now.
prominent.
But aye, but I mean, there's an example I think where the manager wants to get the feeling of what's being said. It will go on, like you say. I agree. Eddie Howe is probably just one of those managers who he's aware of the odd thing here and there, but more often than not, he just shuts it off and he's just focused on making decisions himself without any
Mhm.
influence that way. Um, Cuff02 said midfield is one of the most important positions in Howe's system, and it takes a long time for Howe to trust a midfielder to start in games. Look at Bruno, Tonali, etc. Ramsey will come good. I think that's a good point in that. I think that is part of it where it is um, Eddie Howe being very meticulous. And I'm just going to put this on 2 seconds. There you go. I think it's Eddie Howe just being meticulous in how the midfield operates. Like, I think there's something in that, and what runs to make where and when. I think that is one of the reasons why, you know, Ramsey, and rightly or wrongly, hasn't started as many games as we want him to. And obviously, Miley himself, even though he's young, he's totally familiar now with Howe's system, with what he wants from, runs to make in certain positions at certain moments. I think that's a factor. And again, you could say Eddie Howe's being too conservative, and you've got to just trust players to actually carry out those orders in the pitch and learn that way. So I think it's a balancing act. Philip
Mhm.
Fitzsimmons says we need to drop Joe Linton, and I would argue that it is games at home like this against the Spurs side who are on a downer that Ramsey could come in and do his stuff and go forward and have that attacking threat that Joe Linton doesn't necessarily have.
Mhm.
He had a good game against Everton, but I think Ramsey breaking the lines, getting on the end of things, making things happen with assists,
Yeah.
I think would offer more threat. But obviously
Yes.
it's Joe Linton tonight, so let's see.
Mhm. Yeah. Elanga is who I would have played, and like they've said there in the chat, possibly I would have dropped J7 for Ramsey. I think it's a fair shout. I'm happy with everything else. All the lineup, the rest of the lineup, I think is pretty good. So
Hmm.
yeah, and in the comments there, I spotted that for Tottenham, Van de Ven is on the bench. Is that right? Because if that is
Right.
right, then is that injury? Is that a decision that Thomas Frank has made based on form? He's quality defender. There's no doubt about that. He's a bit of a hothead, like we've said about the characters in this Spurs squad ain't the best, but he is he is a quality defender, no doubt, nonetheless. So if he's on the bench, I think that's probably good for Newcastle.
Hmm. Have you got the full team there for Spurs?
I haven't yet. I'll see if I can check it out.
Aye. I mean, I don't know if Romero's playing, but Van de Ven, I don't like the way he's went on. It seems toxic and at Spurs, and he's one of the players in amongst that. But there's no doubting that he's a quality defender on his day, and he's got the pace to bail you out as well. Gary, you all right, Matt?
Evening, guys.
Evening,
Are you all
lads.
excited for tonight?
I
I
am
am indeed.
indeed.
Aye.
Looking
Yeah.
forward to it.
Good, good, good.
How are you?
Welcome. I'm very well, mate. I'm really excited about this one. I think this could be plenty of goals. Mind, that could be commentator's curse, couldn't it?
Well, that's the thing. I don't want to jinx us, guys. So I don't want to say I'm dead confident, but maybe I'm quietly confident,
It's an interesting one because the one player that seems to have a little bit of a jinx on us that plays for the Spurs is Richarlison. He's had some good form against us as of late. I mean, obviously, the results have still gone against them, but the one player that seems to know where the net is at Newcastle is Richarlison. And he's not in the team, which is surprising because you'd think, the way Spurs have been playing, that is, Thomas Frank would be looking at any way possible to be getting something tonight. So, like you say, I mean, you've just said the words Van der Ven, not in the side. Seems as though the speed merchant isn't all that under Thomas Frank's vision. But again, it's an interesting one. I would imagine they'll go out to the 4-2-3-1 with Bergvall just sitting in the hollow behind Moani. That's how I've lined them up. Obviously, we know Bergvall's quite a decent young man. But there is some interesting news. I don't know whether you guys have seen much about the Elliot Anderson saga at the moment. He's been put on there, and I've got some information about how Elliot Anderson's doing at Forest compared against Tonali. So I'm going to have a bit of a deep dive into that one. So the metrics are very very weird because we all look at Anderson when he was in a black and white shirt, and nobody gave him a chance. But his metrics are much better than Tonali, who we all shout through the hollows. I mean, I said Anderson would be a future England star, and everybody shouted me down. See where we are now.
Don't tell Chris that.
Well, I mean, like I say, it is what it is. I know some people look at stats and don't believe they're true. I always look at stats, and they show you something. They don't show you the full value of the game. I understand that. And sometimes you do need to be able to watch the game to understand how the game planned out. But, we saw Miley. Miley's metrics the other night was fantastic, outstanding. When you look at his metrics, and again, when you watch the game and you apply those metrics on paper to what you saw, it seems to marry. But the one thing I love about Elliot Anderson at the moment is that continuity, mate. That's where I like it. It doesn't matter where he goes, whether he plays or who he plays against. And like you say, some people can't take that type of play at international level. And I know, England haven't faced anything proper yet when it comes to teams. But like I say, he can't choose the players that he's playing against. He still has to do a job. And at the minute, he's doing a fantastic job. So I've got some metrics about Anderson because obviously Newcastle were very highly linked towards him. And I also want to try and bring in a little bit of news about the new lad that seems to be on everybody's tongue at the moment in January, searching for this new midfielder, Newcastle. So it seems as though we are going to be closing the door on a couple, I think, in January. So it's going to be an interesting watch along. But we'll get through that in a minute. And it looks like Tim's left the building already. Has he got places to be? Anyway,
Eddie Howe on the blower.
Oh, is that what it is? He's telling me his tactics, is he?
Exactly. Just checking the lineup,
Yeah, he was quite. I mean, it's been interesting because I've been in the background listening to you guys while you're doing your speech and everything else, and it's really strange how we can just sit here without any pressure and name off several players in and out, and it's like, can you imagine how difficult it is for Eddie Howe to get it right week in, week out? It's
no
crazy, isn't it?
For us, Gary.
No, whatsoever, mate. We can just pick out of a hat, can't we?
Yeah.
It either comes off or it don't. Anyway, Tim. Pete, I'll let you go, matey. Thank you very much. I've got Boki with me. Lovely show, buddy, as always.
Cheers, pal.
So I don't know where Tim's gone, but like I say thank you to Tim as well. He's exited the building rather quickly.
He has.
Take it easy, mate.
You are listening to
NUFC Talk Radio.
the voice of the Toon Army. Live daily on the website, on YouTube, and on every online radio directory.
NUFC Talk.
The voice of the Toon Army.
Hey, welcome, Boki. How are you, mate?
Good, yourself, Gary?
Yeah, fantastic, matey. I don't know whether you guys have seen the team news. Some people will say it's a good thing. Some people just not sure. And nobody really knows what's going on at Spurs. So we're going to get a bit of a deep dive in that. A little bit of interesting news. I saw that you'd put in the chat today that Eddie Howe has got his, his scholarship, his degree. The keys are open to the Northeast for both Dan Burn and was that just a honorary degree?
Yeah, just an honorary degree, I think, Gary. Mind you, they could have done Eddie Howe a little bit of a favour and stood him on a box or something for the Ford. He looks
Obviously,
like a little boy next to him.
Yeah, the milk float hadn't come past at the time. The deliveries. It did look rather, little and large, didn't it?
100%. But well done to them. I think for what they've done for the city, it's deserved in a way. They obviously we know where we were when them guys came in, and where we are now is 1,000,000% better off. So yeah.
Oh yeah,
well done.
I mean you're absolutely right. It is chalk and cheese at the minute with what they've done and what he's achieved. And like I said, I know a lot of people don't understand picking that Geordie connection. But even, like I say, when you've looked at Dan Burn's history, wherever he's played, I mean, he's played to a level. Coming home, it just seems to have expanded that playability, if you like. And just being playing at the club that you've supported all your life and you're fond of, there comes a lot of pressure on that, because like I say, you drop a clanger and you're not just dropping a clanger for the club that's paying your wages. You're also dropping a clanger for the passion and support that goes with it. I mean, we're all here, and we all scrutinise everything that goes wrong, don't we? But you can imagine what it's like for him, not only supporting it, but working for the club that you support as well, must come with a different pressure.
I mean, he must be living the dream at the minute when you think about it. I mean, from where his career started to where he's ended up, it's sort of in a lot of ways, it's the wrong way around. Sort of, he's improved and got better as he's got older, and now he's got a really good chance to go into a World Cup. So, well done to the lad. Well done to him. He's
absolutely.
He's had a hell of a career, and as I say, well deserved. He's living the dream at the minute, I think.
Yeah, look, Andy lad, that top enhances your chins, dream boy. I mean, he's in early, was that? Thank you, was that?
Thanks, was that?
Continuing that lovely support as we go on. Like I say, anything from this team news that surprised you, or are you happy with the way it's gone? We will get into the team news in a second.
Yeah, happy that he's made the changes that he has. And when we get into it, there's one player I'm a little bit disappointed that isn't playing. But I think he's made the big decisions over the last few games, and he seems to be doing what the majority of fans have asked for, and starting to use the squad and realising that we've got a lot of games and we've got to use what we've got on the bench as well.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because we've all been like ringing out the changes, and yet we go back to that the proved players that he seems to favour, and we mentioned that they looked a little bit sluggish, looked as though they were running through mud a little bit. And with the amount of games coming thick and fast now, like I say, I believe at this present moment in time, we've only got one midweek free for the I think it's the next couple of months. So it's going to be a bit of a test. So these lads do need to come in and out of the side. So, like I said, I'm glad that he's gone with the majority of the side rather than making far too many changes, because the last thing you want is to upset that balance. And like I say, I mentioned last night that I'm glad that J7's kept in the side, because I think this would be a team that you want to play like J7 in.
You worry a little bit about Ramsey, Gary, because why is that lad not getting any time whatsoever? It just seems he's just dropped out completely.
Well, it's for me, it was a strange one from the start. When you're looking to bolster that midfield, and again, I get where Eddie Howe is dipping into that shoebox, if you like, and he's looking at, the names of players. I mean, just mentioned the likes of McTominay, which seems to be very favourable, apart from a couple of the young uns that he seems to be looking at around about the 20 million mark. We know McTominay is going to be a little bit more than that, in and around the 60, 70 million mark. And he's happy. Apparently, he wants to come to Newcastle. So that's a difference. But for me, when you've got the three lads that we've got in that midfield, and you've got the likes of Miley, who's been sitting in the shadows a little bit anyway for the season. We've heard about Miley getting, I would say, a little bit restless is probably the words. He wants game time and inquired about going out on loan, which was snubbed straight away, apparently. So, again, when you look at the young lads that we've got that are literally, I mean, obviously he starts again tonight, but like I say, we'll go into all that in a second. It's about, has Eddie made the right choice? We said about Asula, it was a gamble when Jason Tyndall went in for this lad, and it was on Tyndall's head, apparently. He was the one that got him involved in that. So for me, it's a case of, I don't think Ramsey was ever going to be that first team choice player. I think what Ramsey brings into the side is something different to what we've already got. He's nice. He's got some nice close control, but I think he's a long way off. I think what we've got with Ramsey is potentially what Liverpool had with Isak. I think he's a long way off match fit to be sharp for a full 90. I think you're going to get more of a probably 45 minutes full out type of player, where he will probably fade rather quickly. So I think with the amount of games coming our way, I think what Eddie's trying to do, again, we know his injury reputation isn't great either. So I think what Eddie's trying to do is he's probably nurture that a little bit and just say, we'll keep him wrapped up a little bit, and maybe closer to Christmas, where we have got a couple of games around that Christmas period where we know it's always congested. Maybe we'll see a few more of Ramsey appearances.
Do you think it's a little bit of a whole situation when he first came in? Maybe the first season, just give him the seat, because don't get us wrong, we do need him, but in some ways we don't. I know it's a contradiction what I'm saying, but we don't need him. We've got players that can cover that position. Do you think it's Eddie taking his time integrating him into the squad, and then he'll give him a little bit of time once he's integrated fully in?
Yeah, potentially. It's like I said, we saw it with Hall. We even saw it with Tonali. We've seen it with Bruno. Eddie seems to not want to throw everybody in at the deep end. Sometimes you learn to swim if you get into the water by yourself. And Eddie has this philosophy around him that he doesn't want to give them, just to be pushed in the water and get on with it. He likes to nurture them. He likes to give them time to adapt. And the problem is with Ramsey, like I say, it comes with a lot of stigma regarding his injury problems. He's already been injured and not available for us for some time. And like I say, it's a point where Eddie's probably thinking little and often is better than, not at all. And maybe there's a mentality behind that. So now let's. I'm going to do the housework. Because, like I say, we're already 15 minutes in. Bit of a late one tonight because it's a 8:15 start for the lads. So, like I say, we've still got a bit to go. So, like I say, let's crack on. Welcome to everybody watching across all the platforms. Thanks to everybody that works in the background. Don't forget, people out there in viewerland, smash that like button for us. It gets us further as a channel. Subscribe, totally free. Hit that bell for future content. If you want to support us, you can become a member. It's a small monthly fee. Like I say, don't be Scrooge. It's the month for giving. If you can give us a hand with that, that'll be grand. If you've got a question for me or Boki, then obviously put a Q in front of it. We'll do our best to highlight it, but we ain't guaranteeing it. Because like I say, we get nothing for these watch-alongs because we turn the ads off. So if you want to guarantee it, then throw us that Talk TV super chat, and that'll guarantee that message read out. Anybody that becomes a member during the show, or any of our lovely members out there that gift them, will also be thanked as we go. And like I say, we've already seen that. He's been with the Twins doing a lot of work, which is grand. And like I say, thank you, buddy, for doing that. Cuffy's, I'm going to put this one in. What channel am I watching, says Cuffy. Boki waxing lyrical about Big Dan Burn? ?
I've never had a problem with Big Dan Burn, apart from when he's played at left back. There's a debate to be had over who's the best between him and Botman at the left side of centre back, but there's no debate to be had about left back. He's not a left back, and he shouldn't be getting played there.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I think that's an area that we all need. We need time for them boys to get into the squad and get involved, don't we? At some point, there's got to be a little bit of give there. So let's have I'm just going to have a quick look at the teams. I know the boys had put it on, and we'll go through it ourselves now. And like I say, it's an interesting one because for me, the one thing that I did notice was no two goalkeepers on the bench, which is great. So we've got Ramsdale in goal, Hall, Joe Litton, Tonali, Barnes, Chow, Livramento, Murphy, Voltamada, Byrne and Miley. And on the bench, we've got Ruddy, Shaw, Gordon, Elanga, Willock, Alex Murphy, Bruno G, Ramsey and Sean Neve. Nice to see Sean Neve on there, if I'm honest with you. There's still talk that Asula could be out for another month. So like I say, is the door closing quickly on that lad? That's the thing. So then you said you had a bit of an issue with the selection. What was the issue? Elanga?
Elanga. I mean, I wouldn't call Eddie out. I wouldn't call Eddie out before a game, but I would have liked to have seen Elanga get a little bit of a chance to get a run together in the team, rather than being in out sort of thing. I think
a cheat kid all about. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, he had a good game. Hopefully, it built his confidence up a little bit, and I didn't want to see him pulled straight out, but that's the team we went with, and this is a team we support the night 100%.
Absolutely. And listen, Murphy's got a decent record against these. I mean, I'll never forget that face when we spanked them quite heavily in the first half. Well, in the first 20 minutes, didn't we? Back in the day. And according to Win, they've got some extra trains on early on. If the results go the same way or the scoreline goes the same way, the Spurs fans can get home pretty quickly. Another one from Wazza. Thanks, Wazza. Never mind the back room. Highlandy the forefront. There you go. Let's have a quick look at the Tottenham 11. And like I say, there's a bit of a difference from their lineup that I expected, to be fair. But again, a lot of criticism went to Thomas Frank with the way he set up against Fulham with that 4-2-2-2 system. It was a bit of a strange one, and you could see a system that hadn't been played by a lot of their players before, and they struggled somewhat with that. So like I say, he's gone with, again, a tried and trusted, if you like. Vicario gets another chance in goal. I'm surprised because I thought he had a bit of a meltdown when it comes to Fulham. Danzo, Udogi, Bergval, Romero's back. He's taken the captain's armband back. Kudus, Johnson, again, a bit of a danger man, Johnson, when he's on form. Last time he played him, he didn't really have a great game. A little bit lost out there on the right-hand side. Pedro Porro, again, another player that we know dangerous from that right-back situation. Likes to bomb forward and likes to get the crosses in. Papasar in the middle with Benton Kerr. That'll be the sixes. And Kolo Muani. Still yet to see what Kolo Muani can produce, if I'm honest with you, in the Premier League. Not really hit the ground running at all. And their subs is Kinski, Polina, Xavi, Richarlison, Tell, Gray, Spence, Odegaard and Van der Ven. And again, when you look at some of the players that are on the bench, especially Xavi Simons, a lot of people say like, a good, talented young player. But again, very hit and miss with Xavi Simons. He seems to, blow hot one minute and blow really cold the next. And again, what happened to Van der Ven form-wise? He seemed to be the all-star boy when he, not long ago for Spurs when they signed him, being one of the, or if not the fastest player in the Premier League. And again, Spence, I think he's a good young player. Spence can play left side, right side. comfortable on the ball, looks like he can give and go. Very, not one of these players that does anything spectacular, but he seems a very comfortable standard player. So I'm surprised that he's not in the starting lineup. Anything from there, Boki, that you're surprised with?
Not surprised with the team selection. In regards to their team, I think what you do have to say, and this probably goes a little bit with what Wynn says, you can tell that there's been too many managers there over the past few seasons, in that there's a little bit of uncohesion with that team. They're not the players that necessarily you'd want playing together. So I think, it's a good team from Tottenham, but I think it's a sum of its parts. It's not necessarily a team that you would pick them players to be a team together. So it's a bit of a strange one.
Yeah, I still think it's still early days for Thomas Frank, and as much as they got that, like I say, that what they call the 5% bounce off everybody, because everybody's playing for their shirt. A couple of things that I've noticed at Tottenham, and it's gone very much similar from the previous coaches that have been involved. One, you don't know your best 11, and two, you don't know what the best formation is for that said 11. It seems to be bouncing from one extreme to another. High line under Ange, and obviously completely strange lineup, like I say, under Frank. So it is an interesting one. Liam McFarlane's thrown one in the chat, so I'm going to throw this one, because you obviously questioned about Elanga. I wanted to see a little bit of continuity with Elanga. But again, are we picking games that you're going to get the best out of Elanga? Like, we saw him, he had a half-decent game against Everton, did nothing spectacular, but he, his commitment to the cause to get that ball that he fed into Voltamada for his goal was good, even though I think it was very, very poor defending, if I'm honest with you, at the end. I mean, the lad, I can't remember his name now, the midfielder, we'll call him Tim, because I struggled all day with his surname. So I'm going to stay with Tim. He seemed to overshoot to obviously get back or gain back repossession of the ball. And like I say, Elanga just never gave up that cause. Also, according to Connor, Frank has confirmed he's still carrying on playing that 4-2-2-2 system tonight, rather than going to the 4-2-3-1. So he's going to have, it's going to be a strange one, because like I say, Kudus looks really uncomfortable in the middle.
I really hope he does, Gary, because I think Hall and Tino will have an absolute field day if he sets up like that. Them two and the wingers forward, all we need to do if he plays that way is just pass the ball out of the wings, and we'll dominate the game. It's a no-brainer. Looking at that formation, that all you do is overload the wings, and you're breaking through them all the time.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm looking at what you need to test. Jordi Huayman saying there, need to test Vicario earlier, and we've been very used to seeing Newcastle start games very quickly. Whether we can carry on banging the goals in within the first 5 minutes, we'll yet to see. But I mean, look at what Ricky D's put in there. Spurs were ahead twice against PSG. You can't just think that because of past history. Well, in the last few seasons anyway, because like I say, if you go back historically, Spurs are still ahead of us when it comes to head-to-heads by around about 11 or 12 games, if I'm honest with you. It's not a massive change. But I mean, like I say, over the last few seasons, we do seem to have the upper hand. But I again, everybody looks at Murph, and the one thing that Murphy can give you is that delivery into the box. We've seen Voltamada get a few more opportunities, if you like, with Murphy on the field. But apart from the output off the ball, he supports Tino well. And again, you've got to look at the whole picture. And again, maybe that's the reasons why Murph's come back in against Spurs, because I'm sure Eddie Howe expects Spurs to push on a little bit more. So when you look at that, and then you look at I mean, Lee McFarlane again. He has 1 in 3 good games. My only concern is ball retention with Murphy. He hasn't sometimes a situation, and I'm not saying it's 1 in 3 games, but he has a situation where he either has a blinder where all the way you're doing, you're just giving him plaudits, or you're going, oh Murphy, he never has one of those games where I call them steady eddies, if you like, where they're just involved, but they're not either highlighting the good points or highlighting the bad points. They're just doing the simple stuff and doing it well.
Yeah, I mean, with Murphy, you know his strengths and we know his weaknesses, but you can't say the lad never gives yeah, sometimes he's not great, but he never doesn't give 100%. Whenever he's out there, he's always 100% in the game. In obviously his trying, but sometimes he does have weaknesses. We know that, and if Tottenham play in a certain way, yes, they'll be able to expose his weaknesses. But I do think having Tino behind him makes a hell of a difference. I think Tino just makes it a little bit easier for him. He's not having to worry so much about defence, and he also gets the help going forward.
Yeah, interesting. Christina's in the chat. Hello, Christina. Dzień dobry. Let's have a quick look. I was telling you about we were looking at a couple of lads in the summer, and like I say, we're talking about Willisula. We're talking about potential changes, lads going. Do you think we missed an opportunity to get a little bit of money? And listen, we all know hindsight's a wonderful thing. Because when the opportunity rose, don't forget there was Aston Villa and Eintracht Frankfurt both willing to part ways with roughly around about 30 million quid for this kid. Do you think we missed an opportunity when we said no? Because obviously we only had Big Nick up front, and obviously he's not been really available apart from the odd cameo appearance. So now what they're saying is, if he goes in January, 1, it's going to be a loan deal, and 2, it's going to be considerably less than we could have got in the summer. So you're talking around about £20 million.
I think what you've got to think of, though, Gary, is as well that at that point we didn't sign Wissa till the very, very last minute. So that deal was on a knife edge. If we'd let Asula go in that period as well, the club would have been under a hell of a lot of criticism, and Eddie would have been under massive pressure going into a season with just one striker. So I think a part of it was that. Part of it was, I mean, did Eddie and Tyndall still want to give him a chance? Did they still think this lad can't? I mean, in my view, he's never going to be a top-class striker. He'll be a good bench player to bring on at times, but I think not for a top Premier League team. I think for maybe a mid-table team. He's never going to. I don't think he's ever going to be elite. He's not shown as anything, and I hope he proves us wrong. I hope he goes on to have a stellar career and scores thousands of goals. But for me, it's already proven that in his performances that he's just not quite at that level. He's probably a little bit too good to be in a mid-table team, but not quite good enough to be in a top-table team. So
do you think the German move then would probably ideally suit him more than?
I think if he goes on the continent, he'll have a whale of a time. I think.
I agree with you, mate.
He'll score. I think because he's been, if he's brought up in the English game as well, in his style of play, if he goes over there and plays that style, he's going to just bag bagfuls of goals, and everybody will then say, "Why did we get rid of him? Why did we get rid of him?" But you've got to remember the different classes and leagues and the different styles of play that they have.
Yeah, this one again just coming from Wazza. Thank you. Should we sell Barnes for 52 million and Willock for 20 million? Well, we know Crystal Palace are interested in Willock. It seems as though that could be an opportunity that comes our way. And again, what does Willock give you that we haven't already got now? Because, like I say, Willock's a bit pot payer, and again, I like versatility in players, but when you can't nail down, and again, I don't think Willock knows what his best place is, because we've seen him on the right hand side and he commits and contributes really well. see him in the middle, in the high 8-10 spot, if you like. And again, he doesn't do a great deal. He always wants to receive that ball to feet. I thought he had a decent cameo when he came on against Everton. It wins the ball back and then just carries on the run. Great pass from Voltamada in the middle. And again, if you think about that ball through from Willock to Ramsey, if Ramsey's first touch was better against Everton, potentially there was another goal in it for Ramsey. And I think that's what some of these new boys need. I think it's just that little bit of a bit of luck and a goal, maybe even an assist, just to get them G'd up a little bit. At the minute, they all look a little bit, also runs.
I think for me, Barnes is a player there. There is, you can see it. There is a player there. So I wouldn't sell Barnes. I think I would keep him and try to persevere with him. Willock, I think it's probably the best for all parties, and this isn't calling the lad out. He's been a good servant for the club. When Bruce brought him in, he basically single-handedly kept up one season. So you've got to see he's been a good servant. But I think for his career moving forward, and for us to develop our squad, the best thing is for him to part ways. And to thank him very much for what he's done again, and not to say he's not a good player. He's just not right for where we are now as a club.
Yeah, I agree with you, mate. I think the club, when the club outgrows the player. Yeah. I think when he first come to the club, I think it was at the level what we needed. Now I think with the players that have come in, he will go further and further back. Very similar to Longstaff. You know what I mean? Where Longstaff does a job for you, but you're never going to be up to that level that you need. Like I said, bottom of the Premier League club type of player, rather than top 5 club. Yeah.
I think as well as I say with the lad himself as well, we don't play his style of football. But when he comes in, it's always been sort of when we've changed formation a little bit or changed tactics a little bit, because he fits into that. But I don't think in a midfield 3 playing where we do, with the 2 number 8 basically in a 6, he actually fits any of those roles. He's more of a top of a diamond for me, to be honest.
Yeah. And to be fair, you talking about Barnes, I agree with what everybody else has written. Steve, 19 Steely, and Geordie Hawayman. I think it would probably be Gordon before Barnes for me that we get rid of, because it's a player that wants to play for himself rather than the colours he wears. I would sacrifice every day of the week. So like I said, go on, mate.
I would like to see if we do get rid of Gordon, if we sell Gordon on, is we get a left-footed winger. I think that would make a big difference. To give a big difference and make tactics a little bit easier with the team at times. And I understand you're going to pay a lot more for a left footer because there's only about 10% of players are left footed, but it is what's needed. That's what's needed to develop the team, is have that little bit of a different option on the left hand side.
Yeah, I must admit, being naturally left footed, it was probably the only reason I got a game. Yeah, because we were like rocking horse poo at times. Very rare, so naturally sat at left back. I started off at left midfield and then eventually got myself all the way back into the left back, and then it was left back in the changing room. Becca's hit the nail on the head. Team or individual? And that's I don't know what that is. I haven't seen what Becca's put, matey. So maybe we can have a look at what Becca's put if you can. I can't see what that is.
Becca, some very very insightful things in the chat all the time. Whenever you,
she does, absolutely.
Points.
Yeah, very good. I quite like. I mean, to be fair, we have got some fantastic followers of the channel. They do have a cracking insight on what's going on in the world of football, and I love that. But here's one, Balky. This is a little bit of a stat, if you like, between Tonali versus Anderson. Like I was saying to Tim and Pete earlier on, you can see the metrics there. Very similar type of player. When we lost Elliot Anderson, he was like, he'll never get a game. And you see now what he's produced. This is per 90 this season. versus Tonali. So again, metrics very similar, but you can see where the edges out Tonali when it comes on to that from the tackles made down. Shots are very similar, chances created very similar, pass accuracy is very similar, but then it goes to that next level with Elliot Anderson. Tackles made, an extra one out of him. Those take-ons, an extra one out of him. The duels won, an extra 4 out of him. And the same with ball recovery. So you can see when you see him I think at this present moment in time, he's top of the league as a midfielder in the entire Premier League when it comes to his metrics. He is way further than some of the £100 million players that were bought at Chelsea and the like. This lad, even the likes of Royce, he's so far ahead of them when it comes to the metrics and stuff like that. So you can just see what we've lost there when it comes to that metric. Is that something that Eddie Howe, I mean, like I say, we all know that, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but we've missed a star there, haven't we? Because of this PSR situation, we are in trouble.
PSR hasn't helped with all with this, but I don't think that lad would have developed in this way if he was still at Newcastle. So you've got to bear that in mind as well. But he's a great player. There's no denying that, and I think he could possibly. Well, I think he is already proven that he's the worst sale that we've ever made.
I think he's already there, isn't it?
Premier League wise, obviously you can go like say Gaza and things like that, but Premier League wise, he's the worst sale ever because we didn't get anywhere near the money that we should have got for him, and he's just developed so much as a player over the past year or so. We did let ourselves down getting rid of that lad. But as I say, the flip side of that coin is I really don't think he would have developed in this way if he was still here. I think he would have been very much like a bench part player. So it's a double-sided coin, but yes, we've let ourselves down by selling him, basically.
I was right back in the stands, to be fair, Gary. I actually grew up and wanted to be Gary Neville, says Cuff. Okay. Fabulous. Here we go. This is, again, lots of talk and lots of links about us going against or looking at this Scott McTominay. So I can never say his name. McTominay against Anderson. And again, if you have a look at his metrics, the goals is phenomenal from McTominay. But again, you said, Serie A isn't the Premier League. So you have to take these metrics with a little bit of a pinch of salt. 12 goals to 2, assists 6 and 4, touches again. Anderson playing in that little bit of a deeper role, gets more touches of the ball. But again, pass accuracy is very similar. Chances created very similar. Dribbles similar. So again, you look at this being, as we said, Anderson is literally top of the metrics in the Premier League. Is McTominay the answer? Because we ain't going to pay £100 million to get Elliot Anderson back, even though I think Elliot Anderson would drop his hind leg to come back to Newcastle. But I think what's that, mate?
I'm not a great fan of McTominay, to be honest. I think if McTominay is the answer, I don't like to know what the question is. He's a good player, don't get us wrong, but I think we can get better and we can get cheaper probably as well. I think we'll always seem to be looking for named players that you've heard of in this country. What we need to start doing is looking for players that maybe aren't named and we're going to bring in and develop, especially midfield wise. I mean, we've got if Willock is to go, you've still got 5 good midfielders that you can play. So that's probably one position where you can take a little bit of a chance and bring a youngster in at a obviously slightly less known and slightly lesser developed, but you can develop them in that role. I think that's the one position potentially on the pitch that we can afford to do that at the minute.
Got you. And like I say, I mean, it's not a bad for me. It's not a bad card to have up your sleeve if they're going for somebody like McTominay, and they've obviously got this Keys Smith lad that seems to be a very eccentric character playing in that 10 role. It's the advanced 8, I suppose you can call it, but he plays a free role, this Keith Smith, and he seems a really good player. And another one that they're looking at the minute is the Anderlecht player, which is another one that they can that they're looking at now. And I'm trying to think. I know it's the cat is what they call him as. It's Dicat, but apparently he seems to Dicat. He seems to be the one who gets the chance to come. His metrics aren't bad, but I like the look of this Keith Smith. I mean, he's only a 17-year-old, this Dicat, going forward. So it is going to be interesting. What else have I got here? 1-0 Man City. Haaland 100 goals and breaks Shearer's record in the quickest to 100 already. So he's got his goal.
He's a machine, that man, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's a machine, that man, isn't he?
I mean, I can see him breaking Shearer's record, full stop, can't you?
Yeah, 100%. If he stays at Man City, he will. It's just whether he wants to try a different league at some point.
Yeah, interesting. There's been some quite a nice conversation with Malik Chow when he was entering St James's Park today. And I've got that, so let's have a quick look at what he was having a chat, I think, to one of the Sky Sports presenters. So I'll just throw that on the screen and we can have a listen to that. This is like I say, Malik Chow on his way into the. Let me just make sure the sound's on.
I'm enjoying it really, really much. I'm just grateful for all the moments I'm having here. Just trying to enjoy each moment, and hopefully there's more to come. I'm enjoying it really, really much.
That was quick. I thought there was a little bit more than that. He's enjoying it very much then, and he hopes there's a lot more to come. Really want a good one with Voltamada with Malik Chow, because there was talks with them two saying that they feel so much more at home at Newcastle. And I know somebody was saying that there's been. We need to get these two, obviously, Geordie lassies, so they stay at Newcastle for a long time. I'm not sure where that goes. This is what Voltamada said. My friends are here with me, so I get a lot of support. One of them even moving in with me. So, like I say, there you go. So he's got lots of support. I don't know whether that's a Geordie lass that's moving in with him, but obviously he's looking well. Interesting point coming from Charlie Bennett. We're 12 minutes away from kickoff, and like I say, we'll let you know what's going on. Botman, I didn't realise how much he's been away from the squad since he did his knee. Botman has been fit and available for just 45% of Newcastle's fixtures since the start of 23-24.
Thank God Win isn't here, because we'd have the whole Rolls Royce in the garage. So it was a great conversation. He is beginning to look like he is injury prone. I've got to say, he's a great defender when he's fit, but is he a Jonathan Woodgate type of player where, yes, he'll be good when he comes in for a few games, but he's never going to be able to give you a full season, unfortunately. And if that is the case, and Liverpool want him, then you look to sell, don't you?
Absolutely, and I think that is it, isn't it? You've got to start. I mean, like I say, if Liverpool are coming in for him, do you cash in now? I mean, look, it looks very much as though there's been lots of talk, and it's mental to think that this lad was at the time he was one of, or highlighted as being one of the best left centre backs in the Premier League.
Yeah. Hence,
we saw Liverpool quite rightly taking an interest in him when they realised that Mark Gay probably wasn't going to come to the club. But I think Liverpool need a shake-up, don't they, at the back? I think they need two centre halves rather than just the one.
I think part of the problem with Botman is when he had the first injury where he refused to have surgery for quite a while. I don't know whether that has affected him moving forward. Firstly, because obviously he is a little bit injury prone. So if he'd had the surgery and got straight back, he would have then been able to sort of to keep his fitness up. I don't know whether that injury, because he didn't get the surgery straight away, is just added to the problems with his body.
Yeah, I mean, I know what people say, like, you know, you are there to give your thoughts, if you like, as in, you know, how do you feel? 3 experts give you that news, and all of a sudden you go with the one that's probably the wrong choice. And I must admit, you have to start questioning the doctors that NUFC, the medical team, actually sent him to. You know what I mean? Because obviously they got 3 different experts' opinions, and they all differed. And that does make you wonder where the hell, what backstreet in Newcastle did they go to? And I thought the Sweeney Todd was just a bit, you know, historical.
But I mean, you have Botman, and then you look at it again. We'll go back to his the choice between them. You've got Dan Burn, and Dan Burn he's had his injuries, but he's very rarely injured, and he doesn't have constant little niggles, or he's available for every game. So there is an argument there with that. Obviously, Burn's the one that starts because he's the more reliable player. If you're trying to build a back four for this season in particular, then if Botman's going to be in and out, then if you can't rely on him, it doesn't work. You've got to have a player that you can rely on to be available. I mean, 80% of the time, at least 80% plus, is what you want from players to be available to play on the pitch.
Yeah, no, I mean, I do get that. I do understand that. And like I said, you know, you look at Burns' age, he's 33 now. Sven Botman's 24, so you can't even blame, you know, age to being an issue, because, like I say, Dan Burn does seem to just carry on. He doesn't seem to ever, he doesn't even really fatigue easy either, or he doesn't look like he's fatiguing easy, even though he's probably blowing out of his the other end at times. He doesn't seem to be an issue on that. I know that Jamie Redknapp and who was it? Jamie Redknapp and Vicar Richards, that's the one, have been talking massively about Voltemada and what he brings to Newcastle. I mean, this cad, for me, he just keeps, it is like Christmas coming early for me. He just literally keeps on giving, doesn't he?
Yeah. He's been a great signing. I mean, when you think of a player like him, I don't think you could go out and find another Voltemada. I don't think he's such a specialist player at what he does. I mean, being that tall and that skillful, but also having the football brain as well, it's sort of it's a unique combination. And I think it's one that maybe take a little bit time to settle in, but once it does, I think the Premier League could be a little bit frightened of coming up against him.
Yeah, he's an unusual build. Here we go. Bokeh, are you filling in for War Win? You all right?
Was there at some point? I think I'm going to have to being nice about Howe and Burn. I think I'm going to have to peel a mask off and reveal I am Win at some point.
It's the mighty Win. Yeah, it's like Scooby Doo, isn't it? Remember?
It is.
It's those pesky kids. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one, you know, for me. Like I say, I think I didn't expect Nick Voltemada. Like I say, I hadn't seen a lot of Nick Voltemada to blow me frock up, as I said. You know what they do in a different formation in Germany. Again, with the way we play, I never really combined the two. You know what I mean? It wasn't something that I thought he's not got the pace to get in behind. And again, I've been totally in awe of the lad, if I'm honest with you, because, like I say, he is the perfect, selection box, or, you know, because, like I say, he just gives you such a variety of goals. They're not just, you know, they're not blasts from 20 yards or so. They are all, they're all delicate. They're all composed finishes. You know, he doesn't go for power. He goes for placement a lot of the time. And I like that.
You can see as well when he gets the ball, in general player, he's trying to score a goal. He's got the plan in his head already of what he's going to do, and he's just trying to execute what's going on in that brain. So that to me shows a great football and brain. That as soon as you see the ball coming towards you, you've got the little story ready of what you're going to do, and it looks at the minute like a lot of the time he can't deliver on what he's thinking, which is unique in some players. Some players can see what they want to do, but haven't got the technical skill to do it. Or you've got players who've got the technical skill but can't do, the thinking wise. With him, he seems to have it both ways.
He's having a right dig at you here. Look, I think he's had a personality transplant unreal. Oh, bless you.
Always positive before where match was it?
Absolutely, indeed. Let's have a listen to what these guys have had to say then. This is Sky Sports, Jamie Redknapp and Micah Richards.
And Mike is spot on with what he says there, because it did go under the radar because of everything that was going on with Alexander Isak, and it probably suited him. So the pressure wasn't on him so much, whereas sometimes you come in, you're the big name signing, all of a sudden that adds a bit of pressure, and he's gone under the radar. Intelligent boy, spoke so well, and obviously with Voltemada being there as well, the two German boys getting on well together, they've settled really well, because he's been a revelation as well. The crowd love him, he's got that lovely language style, very skillful, easy on the eye, and absolutely loves it there, and the crowd have taken to him, taken him under their wing, and I really like the way he plays. Don't
you think he's got really good feet for a big man?
Yeah. Come on, Micah.
Well, listen, I played with the ultimate good touch for a big man in Peter Crouch. And then what I used to say, he's got a great touch for a big man. But he has. But he does wonderful things, like no matter how high the ball comes out of the sky, he'll bring it down. And Peter was exactly the same. They're very, very similar players. Should actually be better in the air for their size than what they are. But in terms of their technical ability and seeing passes and dribbling, he's quicker than Peter was, because he's got really quick feet in tight areas. But I really like the way he plays. And
I'm sure he wouldn't want to hear that. You're like Peter Crouch.
But also better in the they should be better in the air. How many goals has he scored from the air?
Well, we all questioned it, didn't we? Because Wynn had, Wynn's like with his super stats. He comes out with some dramas. Yeah. Because, like I say, he wasn't very good in the air when you look at his stats in the German league, even, for a lad of his size. And yet the first goal I think he scored was with his head, and you're like, oh, here we go. It's one for breaking the rule. So, like I say, it's going to be an interesting one for me. I think, 1 goal in 2 games. Sorry, one every other game. God, I can't even get my words out.
Easy for you to say.
Indeed. Again, not a bad turnaround, is it? For a lad brand new to the Premier League.
Definitely not. Certainly a lot better than a previous striker for his new team.
Well, for his new team, yeah, indeed. Only getting the one so far in the Premier League.
I mean, he's come in as an untried Premier League player, and I wouldn't say he set the league on fire, but he certainly started asking questions of the league. And as I say, as an opposition defence, you wouldn't want to be going up against this lad at the minute. And I think anybody will struggle to learn his game. I don't think coaches are going to be able to say to players, this is what you need to do against this lad, because he can change things. And as I say, he's got that football and brain where he can pick things up and do things that other players can't and wouldn't think of. Just a really, really good player. It'll be interesting to see when Wissa's back where he actually plays, because to me, I think if you give him a free role behind a striker, like a number 9 striker, they're going to make hay while the sun shines, because I think it's like maybe it's like a Peter Beardsley with it's like a Shearer up front, or a Lineker if you go to England ways, that he's going to score goals himself, but he's going to set up a hell of a lot of goals as well.
Yeah, you're right, mate. I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's not just about hitting the onion sack. If you've got that mentality where you see a player in a better position, then I think you're always going. Well, with him, it always looks like he's not only the scorer, but he's also a provider as well. And I think that is a rare commodity when you're looking at strikers, because we all know you have to have an element of greed to be disciplined that way, to get the goals in your bag. And I'd be more than happy if he can come back with a figure of around about 15 at the end of the season. I'd be more than happy with that with his first year.
Yeah.
Are you in the same mentality with that?
Oh, 100%. If he keeps developing like this, I just if he keeps developing like this, I just think he's going to be fantastic forward, and I'm excited to watch it going forward. Wait till the end of the game, Warren, and you might see the old bogey back. But
I was going to say, we're a bit early yet. Let's see what happens. Like I say, keep them coming, guys. Your chats, again, I'm watching it all come through. Thanks ever so much for your constant chat. Like I say, you come out with some fantastic stuff.
I think
interesting.
Go on, mate. Let the chat know as well that after the game, Chris and we're not coming on, and there'll be the telephone number. So if you want to get your points across straight after the game as well, give them guys a ring with a couple of the lads from the panel as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Points across.
That's your choice and your chance, I suppose, to come on board and give us your views, just so everybody gets an option to air them. Because, like I say, it's all right putting a couple of quid in here and help and supporting us. And like I say, all I can say is thank you so much for doing so. But like I say, if you do want to get your voice heard, you don't have to put your face on. You can just come on board with that voice and say your piece. And like I say, I'm hoping it's all bells and whistles tonight rather than negativity. So
a free telephone number and a really positive chat, hopefully after the match. Everybody over the moon and in the joys of a famous Newcastle win.
Indeed. What did you put down as your score then, Boki?
I went 5-1 to Newcastle.
5-1?
5-1.
Wow. I can see the lads just coming out of the tunnel there. So we are a couple of minutes away. I've gone quite conservative. I've only gone 2-0.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Yes, you do what?
Sorry, that was.
I can't hear you.
I was speaking to Chris. Sorry, Gary.
I can say.
I'm not used to these live games.
He's got the producer in his ear.
Game's coming up, lads.
Yay! Here we go. The lads lining up. Let's have a quick run. I mean, I'd got them down, like I say, as this 4-2-3-1, and that literally is how I'd got them pinned for this one. It certainly doesn't look as though it's going to be that way. So it's going to be an interesting one. Because I would have thought, like I say, but I suppose it's where you play Bergvall. Because, like I say, he's that awkward player at the minute. It doesn't always seem to give you the options. So let's have a quick look at the way I'd set them up, which is very much like I did before with this 4-2-3-1. But like I say, according to Connor, Thomas Frank is going with the 4-2-2-2 again. So it'll be interesting to see where we're at. So for Newcastle, it's Ramsdale in goal, Dan Burn and Malik Chow, left and right centre-back, with Tadino Livramento on the right and Louis Saul on the left. And again, those two are absolutely outstanding full-backs for us. The three in the middle, just one change really, with Toon Army coming in for Bruno. So J7 on the left of the midfield three, Toon Army in the middle, and Marley, who had an absolutely excellent game on that right side of the midfield. And up front, we've got Barnes on the left-hand side with Murphy on the right-hand side. And Murphy's got some feedback for Tottenham in the past, so I'm glad he's in. And Voltemada up top, as we expected. And for Tottenham, we've got Vicario, Porro, Dancer, Romero, Udogi, Bentancur, Papasar, and then Kudus, Bergvall, Johnson, and Moani up top. So there you go. That's the teams. Like I say, how they'll set up, I am not sure, but I'm sure we'll get to it. So look forward to this one. Like I say, I'm hoping for everybody out there it's a great game. And like I say, we'll do kick-by-kick commentary from now. Enjoy. Try and keep it out of the chat, guys. if you're in front of us slightly. That'll be grand. It just doesn't spoil it for anybody else that's just watching or listening. So it looks like Spurs are going to kick off, kicking left to right, and they go all the way back to Vicario, who again decides to go long on that left-hand side. It's headed clear by Malik Chow, and we've got Voltemada, is just coming back off an offside position just on the halfway line there, Voltemada. So it's flagged for a free kick to Spurs. Romario to Porro. And all the way back to Vicario. So again, we're just looking for a quick start, but there's no press from Newcastle, which is an interesting one. Again, on the diagonal, it looks like Johnson's out on that left-hand side with Kudus on the right-hand side, if that is the way they're set it up, which looks very much like it is more of a 4-2-3-1, but I'm going to keep a close eye on what's going on there. Throw in then, comes in from Tino to Tonali, who gets it back up towards Voltemada. Murphy now switches the ball over to this left-hand side, looking for Byrne. And Harvey Barnes, and it's headed clear by Porro. Quick throw in from Hall back to Dan Byrne on the halfway line, just inside the Newcastle half. Malik Chow now seeking on that left hand side. Murphy drops deep to collect that ball. Back to Chow, back to Byrne. Byrne now gives it to Tino on that right hand side. Tino up the line, looking for some movement with Miley and Tino. Back with Chow. Byrne to Hall. Up the line to Harvey Barnes, who flicks it inside for Hall to try and get on the end of. And there was a little bit of a late challenge there from Murphy. But Hall doesn't get the decision, which he thought he was going to get. The decision has gone to Spurs, so it's a free kick to Spurs. Quickly taken. Sane. Udogi. And just dropping it back to Romero. Porro. Again, half press from Newcastle. And again, we've won that second ball, which is good. It's come up to Harvey Barnes now in this high left-hand side. Harvey Barnes on Porro. Digs the ball into the box. It's headed clear this time, but it's on the edge of the box with Tonali. Tonali now picks up and he gives it to Tino. Tino drives forward into Murphy. Miley. Lovely ball in towards Tino, and the ball's out of play. Tino's got a bit of a rap on the ankle for that one. Well protected there at the time from Udogi. Yeah, he just stands on the outside of his ankle there, Udogi, trying to protect that ball. Accidental, even though Tino's asking the question. We are 3rd minute in, and it's Newcastle 0, Tottenham 0. What did you expect so far then, Boki? Anything? You happy with what you've seen?
Good start so far. We've pushed forward, limited their chances. Hopefully it carries on like this. It's obviously just early stages, isn't it? But great
done, Hall. Yeah, great press from Hall there. Ball's on the centre. He tries a shot. Oh, just drags it wide of Vicario's left-hand side. He did well there, didn't he? Getting that ball from Kudus. He anticipated it really well.
You don't mind him taking the shot there either. I mean, it wasn't the greatest shot in the world, but you know he won the ball and had the balls to go for the shot himself.
Yeah, he had the presence of mind to have a go, and I think, like I say, it means he's confident in what he's trying to do. Again, towering header from Dan Byrne there. It falls to Tino, who's high up the field, outside to Murphy. Murphy now gives the ball back to Miley, who's sitting and just covering that right back position while Tino goes forward. Box into the box. It was a header from Voltemada. Just glances the header, to be fair, rather than commits a full forehead to it. But it's more of a driven cross that from Murphy towards that middle penalty area spot where Voltemada gets his head to it, but just unable to keep it down. Still 0-0.
But Gary, how good is it to see an open play us having 4 players ahead of the player putting the air cross in? You know,
it's fantastic, mate. This is what I said. What a difference having them fullbacks in. Full of confidence as well at the minute. Vicario taking a chance, gives it to Bergvall. Bergvall drops it back. And again, Romario under pressure from Voltemada. Voltemada's got it, trying to play the ball into Harvey Barnes. And Bentancur has to come back, defend that one, and it's out for a Newcastle corner. Let's see these corners. I was so impressed with our set plays against Everton. It's certainly one that I want to continue to see, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, and just to say, Tino's back on taking the corner here again. 100%. We seem to have a presence now at corners, which we haven't had
look at this.
Seasons.
It's very, very Arsenal-esque here all of a sudden, aren't we? Look, everybody's not watching the ball. They're all watching the players. And there's a light run into that 6-yard box, or poor ball that is from Toon Army. And it's cleared. There was all of the yellow shirts of Tottenham back there. T now picks the ball up, running forward, plays the ball into Murphy. Murphy looks up, dinks the ball. It's a lofted ball into the box. Dan Burn gets his head on that one. Oh, I thought it was going to fall to Harvey Barnes there. It's cleared though. Kudus and Hall challenging. Oh, there's a chance of a break on here. Johnson, one-on-one. T now stands him up. He's going into the box now. He's crossed. Lewis Hall is there to back it up. And it's going to be a corner, I believe this is. That's the only thing you've got to be careful of. Oh, they kept it in play. That was interesting. I thought that was out for a corner. It looked as though the ball had crossed the line now. Yeah. I'll take it, though.
Great tracking back by Hall there and recovering his man.
Yeah, and I you know what? I thought it was quite decent of Tino as well. Brilliant by Hall. That was out by a country mile, lad. Yeah, that was out by a country mile. Newcastle have got away with one there. Malik Chow just seemed to wait, didn't he? It seemed as though he was going to... He wasn't quite sure of what he wanted to do with that ball then. Long ball forward for Harvey Barnes, but Vicario is just going to clear that one up the line towards Kudus, who controls it well under pressure from Hall. Inside now to Porro and Sarr. Again, Tottenham do look very narrow in this 4-2-2 system, like I say, with players coming from that central position out wide to give them that width. And it is interesting to see. Bentancur very high up the field. The cross is intercepted by Tino. Nice give and go there between the two Newcastle players, and there's a foul on Miley there for a Newcastle penalty, a Newcastle free kick. That's crazy. Like I say, look how that ball was a country mile behind, mate. I'll tell you now. Oh dear. I'll take it now if that's the way it's going to be. Ramsdale. Go on, mate.
It's a weird strip. It's awful.
Yeah, it's called insipid, isn't it? I've had samples that colour. Anyway, it is a very insipid colour. Chow now drives the ball upfield towards Murphy. Murphy does a nice flick outside to Tino. Again, inside to Murphy. Murphy now looks up, plays the ball inside, but it's blocked. It's fallen back towards Miley, who's sitting into that full-back slot for when Tino goes forward. Seems to obviously be that role today for Miley. Miley again with the ball, brings it back to Chow. Chow goes right-hand side now, looking for Harvey Barnes. It's cleared by Porro, only to Hall. Again, picked up by J7, who's had a bit of a quiet start, J7 in the midfield. Oh, well done. Harvey Barnes wins that ball back, plays it inside to Lewis Hall, who gets it stuck under his feet, into J7. Voltemada! And Miley has a shot that's blocked. It's come out to Tino, though. Tino looks up, plays the ball along the ground to Voltemada on the edge of the box now. Voltemada with close control, digs the ball to the back stick. No, J7 couldn't get his head on that one, but it's out for a corner. Another corner to Newcastle. Great start again.
Yeah, the one thing we need is a goal here. We need, when we're this far on top, you have to get your noses in front.
Becky's laughing at me. What are you laughing at? Listen, I get that excited. I get mixed up. All right. I've got a big smiley face there.
At least you haven't been called Barry the night yet.
No, it's still early though. Corner kick to Newcastle into the woods. Vicario, who flaps at it, to be fair, but it is headed clear. And Kudus now with a run. Tonali by his side. He does slow Kudus down on this right-hand side. Ball from Romario back to Porro. And again, Newcastle backtracking to slow Spurs down. Spurs now deep in their own half, just controlling the ball. They're certainly willing to have a run at Newcastle, Spurs, when they have a chance. Again, well done, Dan Burn. He's following Moani all over the park, so maybe that's his role today, is to go man for man on Moani. Thomas Frank just having a quick look at what's going on the screen.
I think he needs to look what's going on in the pitch, to be honest. I don't understand their formation whatsoever.
No, it is a bit of a crazy one. Like I say, very narrow. And like I say, they have got overloads at times in that middle. And like I say, they have got the opportunities to do something with that ball. Well done, Dan Burn, again on that one. Great sliding tackle. This is a corner now. That was from a run from a doggy from that left-hand side, deep into the Newcastle half. And Dan Burn has to come across and get the tackle in, get the challenge in. And the ball's out for a corner to Tottenham now. Be interested to see. Your yellow sample comment made me giggle. Oh, right, there you go. Yeah, it's a bit, like I say, it is a bit crazy, this colour.
I'm tempted to say it's take something, Gary, but I don't think we can swear.
It's after radiology. Yeah, it's after you've been to radiology. In-swinger from Spurs into the knees of that near post. It's a flick on by a Newcastle player, and it's out the other side for another corner to Spurs. Tonali's asking the referee, why am I getting choked here?
Tottenham aren't in a hurry to do anything here, are they?
Well, it's called spoiling the start, because, like I say, Newcastle have started reasonably well, to be fair. And again, if you can, you see your way through to 20 minutes, and it's still 0-0, you still feel as though they're third in line, from goals from corners, Spurs. So these are dangerous for us. So you have to be aware. Ball into the box, it's headed clear. I think that was from Lewis Hall. It's played back to Kudus, that from Porro. Drops his shoulder, goes to the byline. Deep ball, but I think that's gone into the tine from Kudus. It was a bit of a poor cross with his right foot, to be fair.
This is where I do agree with Win in regards to corners, where we have every player back in the box. If you kept a couple of players slightly upfield, it means they can't have as many players in the box. Plus, it gives you a chance on the counter-attack.
Yeah, Ramsdale with a clearance up the field. Header from Voltemada to Murphy. Murphy drags it back. A good ball into Voltemada, who's just stepped into the box, but it was a good challenge there from Romero. Bergvall now picks the ball up. Again, Evie Johnson's come really deep to get that ball. He switches the ball over towards Kudus, who does some keeping up. He's on his knee. But you don't get that, and Harvey Barnes could be in here. Harvey Barnes has got that to the byline, crosses to the back stick. Murphy with a 3 points to Wigan. I think I know what he's trying to do there, if I'm honest with you. Murph, trying to keep it in play, I think.
I think I've just saw that one fly over my house.
Was he dressed as a pig?
He was,
Oh, dear. Murphy with an aye up and under, and it was nowhere near the goal. Over Vicario's bar. And again, Spurs happy to play from, the back line, and again, just trying to draw Newcastle on and pick the pockets. And Kudus handballs that one, can't get it under control.
Gary, did you get that at all? You take the goal kick, if the defender takes and passes it back to the keeper.
Well, it's like I said, what they try and do now with these coaches is that's why they want keepers with a touch that can play, because they utilise the keeper as that extra body now, that extra player. Because they all know the way Premier League opposition now close the box down to press, so they utilise that as that extra player. And again, that's why I keep saying we are limited on what we can do when we've got Pope in goal compared to Ramsdale, because we can't do that. He just doesn't look comfortable on the ball at any point with his feet, does he? You know what I mean? No. Even if he was in Gateshead, he wouldn't look comfortable in the ball at his feet. Ball into the box from the free kick, though. Again, trying to control it. It's come out to Murphy, who gets his foot on the ball and he's able to bring that ball back to Tino. Tino goes square to Tonali on the halfway line now. Tonali gives it to Hall at left back, just inside the Tottenham half. Back to Tonali now. Tonali's got options, but he decides to go towards Dan Burn. Dan Burn heads it down towards Voltemada. Can he keep it in? Looks like he has. Has he? No. Not this time. even though Voltamada does question the line-out. We need the linesman from this end, please. Because he was okay with that one.
It was out.
Oh, look at that. That was nearly as good as Arsenal's with Willock. Bless. Kudus now down the line. Again, ball won back from Kudus quite easily. And then Bentancur gets challenged by Barnes and it's out for another throw-in after the Newcastle press deep in the Tottenham half. Tottenham committing a little bit of suicide at the minute.
Well, they've got a lovely passing game, Arsenal, apart from they've got no players that can actually pass to each other.
But we're playing Tottenham.
Yeah, sorry, Tottenham. Jesus Christ.
I know Arsenal can.
you mentioned Arsenal, I blame you. No, but they don't seem to be... They seem to want to play a passing game that they haven't got the players to do.
Yeah, like I say, to me, they are committing a lot of their own downfall here. We're going to say Arsenal then. Again, a long ball from Ramsdale. I don't know who he saw in a Newcastle shirt there. I think it was one of the fans. It was like from the school of Pope there from Ramsdale. We don't want to see much of that. Unless, again, that's another tactic. Is this another tactic? If there's not a ball on, I don't mind this, if I'm honest with you. Because that is like putting pressure on them deep in their own half, isn't it?
And they've proved so far they can't actually pass out their own half, so...
No. And like I say, this is Papasar now trying to work the ball down this side. Oh, it's Moani who's come deep to get that ball. I do apologise. That was Moani. I thought that was Papasar. Again, some guidance from Thomas Frank there on that side. Bergvall tries to give it ball back to Porro. And again, it's Harvey Barnes who wins that ball back. He's doing really well down this left-hand side. He's trying to face up to Porro. Plays the ball centrally. Miley! Oh! Miley with a low shot there down to the left-hand side of Vicario. But it's saved by the keeper. Well done, Harvey Barnes again.
100% that. And Miley's got so much confidence about him now. It's really good.
Yeah, but look at that. I mean... It was the first time he just didn't get it into the corner. So, unlucky. J7's not really got into the game yet, mate, has he?
I don't think we've mentioned J7 once, really, have we?
Well, he's on the ball now, look. I mean, that's what I said. He's not really got involved in the game.
No.
Again, dominant on this left-hand side, I can see J7, which is leaving Miley and Tonali a little bit exposed with this narrow lineup of Spurs. From what I can see there, it looks more of a 4-3-3 at the minute from Spurs.
What I would say with J7 is he's staying back a little bit because Hall is a lot further forward. And is he the cover for that?
Yeah, well, we've seen Marley with Tino, haven't we? So you're probably right. Yeah. And to be fair, because we haven't really given them much of an opportunity to get forward. I mean, don't get me wrong. As long as the ball's in their half, I don't mind him not being involved in the game. Fired across towards Papasar in the middle. Go on, mate.
Tottenham at the minute just cannot string passes together. I think it's partly down to the fact that they're players. It's partly down to the way we're playing. We're just on top of them all the time.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And like I say, they are. This is what I said. They're trying to play this, possession-based football to slow the ball, to slow the game down completely and spoil it, if you like. But they don't have the composure on the ball. And because they haven't got the composure on the ball, what they're actually doing is, like I say, giving us the opportunity to win that ball back. Possession won in the final third. So far, it's 4-0 to Newcastle.
Yeah. This could be interesting.
Yeah, well, you got Tonali and Murphy over the ball for this free kick. We're about 40 yards out from goal on the right-hand side. So Tonali looks like he's going to try and do something special with this one. Tonali now drives the ball in with a bit of pace. It's headed clear. But again, it's not headed very well. And it's straight out for another corner.
Do you think we're deliberately trying to keep crosses, like corners and things, low at times, Gary? Because once or twice you can understand it, but there seems to be over the last few games that the ball's never been. Some balls aren't played in at height.
Yeah, it's very difficult, you see, to judge the flight of the ball when it's driven with pace. And that's why you see a lot of players struggle to do it, because once you start putting pace on it, it gets overhit. I mean, that one, look, you see, Hall's just done one, tried to do one with pace there, and it's gone all over the shop. It's an art, it really is, to try and get that, to get it spot on. And like when it goes wrong, like you've just seen, you look a little bit of a fool, to be fair. But you're right, you do see a lot more balls from Newcastle rather than just floated. Because at one point there was only really Trippier that could deliver the ball like that. Everybody else seemed to struggle. And you know what? I think the more times you do it, the more you get the feel of it. And again, the pressure's on you a bit more than you see in the training ground. So it's something that you have to watch. Miley through to Tonali. Tonali now being boxed in the middle, and again 2-on-1, and Miley goes down. Sorry, Miley. Tonali goes down in the centre circle, clutching his calf. Again, a little bit exposed at times in the middle, buddy. Like I say, with J7 being more on the left-hand side at times. Yeah. You've just seen there, it's 2-on-3 Newcastle players versus Spurs players. So something we have to be careful of.
100%. I think the midfield's the one little worry at the minute, isn't it?
Yeah, we see it seems a little scarce. And like I say, you get that. If they have the opportunity to run, there's a poor ball from Tonali there.
Bad ball. Yeah,
picked up by Udogie now for Spurs. Get an opportunity to go and have a play in the Newcastle half. But again, Udogie plays it straight into Newcastle's possession again. Tonali now to make up for that missed pass. Brings it out to Lewis Hall just inside the Newcastle half. Back to Dan Burn. Dan Burn now pass square to Chow. Chow goes out to Tino. Tino now. Miley. Tino. Chow just turned round and happy to give it to Ramsdale. Ramsdale goes squared again to Dan Burn. Dan Burn got the options of all, but he plays it inside. Ooh, J7 gets a clatter in this time. That's a couple of times now that it could be a yellow card here, I think, for Porro. Oh, it's Romero. Yeah. Romero now.
He has to try to let the game flow, to be fair to the referee. He haven't really mentioned him, so that's always a good sign.
No, but you see, that's the trouble with Romero. Romero's got that in his locker, you see. He's, I mean, look, he's questioning it, Frank. I mean, how can you question that? Yeah. I mean, it was so naughty tackle from Romero. Puts him under a lot of pressure now. Hall. Again, just Newcastle taking the time along that back line. Chow now. Murphy drops deep, looking for a ball driven along the floor to Voltemada. Just, again, outnumbered there at the time, Voltemada. Can Newcastle win that back? He can. Tino brings the ball out, plays it inside to J7. J7's got a bit of grass to run into, but he's running into a yellow shirt, and the referee's giving him the benefit of the doubt there. Bentancur this time gets the decision against him. Oh, Dan Burns holding. Oh, yeah. Get that bandage back on, quick. Yeah, it's the first time J7's had the opportunity to run into a bit of grass there from the centre position.
And I don't think it was a free kick either. I'm sure the lad won the ball.
Yeah, it was a bit sloppy, wasn't it, if I'm honest? Yeah. Again, another free kick to Newcastle. Central this time, around about 40, 45 yards.
Bit of an awkward position, isn't it?
Yeah, you can't always get anything from these because of they being in a more of a central position. Tonali goes short this time to Tino, who gets it back, gives it back to Tino now. Tino straight away looking to give it to Murphy. Murphy just throws one in the air, loopy ball, and again that's to nobody in particular. And it's out for a goal kick to Spurs. Bit sloppy and a bit scrappy over these last 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's turned into a bit of a sloppy game, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit bitty now. It's like we've lost, like I say, that 20 minutes. Once you, as an opposing coach, if you can get to the 20-minute mark, like I say, and it's still 0-0, you can make it scrappy. And it looks like that's Tottenham are just trying to spoil it for Newcastle. And as good as this referee has been, trying to keep the game going and blowing his whistle. What he has to do is stop those tactics from Spurs. If it's continuous, then you need to get them cards out a bit more regular, because it'll stop them from doing that.
Yeah.
Throw in for Spurs down the line. Again, a bit of a challenge from behind from Tino, and the referee's given a free kick to Spurs there, just inside their own half. Taken quickly. Romero. Porro again playing along their back line, and he has to hurry up there. Porro plays it down the line towards Kudus, who again does well there. Kudus, because he was under the challenge of both J7 and Hall. Danzo to a doggy down the line to Johnson, but again Johnson's trying to find Moane really quickly. Didn't really come off or do anything there.
I think this is a little bit of a get your breath back period in the game, Gary.
Yeah,
in that we're not pressing as much as we have been.
Yeah. It's like I said, you do your 20 minutes of press, get your breathe. Oh, nice give and go there with Hall. Good ball up the line towards Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes just on the edge of the box now. Harvey Barnes got options with J7 if he needs him. He turns, looking to get the ball into the box. He's deflected. It's come out to Tonali. Tonali's got an option with Tino on the right-hand side of the box. Tino with a lofted ball towards that back stick. Just a little bit too high for J7 to compete with there. And it's out for a goal kick to Spurs. Again, final ball's just been a little bit hasty, mate, isn't it?
I think a little bit of that one was what we were discussing before the match. Having a natural left-footed winger would have just been able to carry that on and put it across in, whereas Barnes had to spin back on himself to get it onto his right foot. He obviously didn't fancy putting a cross in on his left.
No, you're right, but I mean there was options like you've got J7 just outside of him there that he could have, he could have passed to. J7 at least gave him the opportunity to get a pass off and then potentially go again on the inside of Porro. But he didn't bother, and I think, like I say, that was a perfect little place there where J7's going to commit bodies towards him and potentially get a shot off.
Yeah.
Throw into Spurs now. There's lots of goals going in elsewhere, but not at St James's Park at the minute. J7 now. Tino with a little touch out of his feet goes up the line. And again, it's cleared by Tottenham, but it's fallen to Malik Chow, who goes back to Ramsdale. Pressure from Johnson, but again, Bergvall for Spurs not really seeing much of the ball. Hall pressured by Kudus, comes back, and again, well done, Louis Saul. Fights to go one way, plays another way, but again, he's got no options in front of him. Plays it inside to Tonali. Now Miley on the centre circle, just inside Newcastle half. Gives it to Malik Chow, who offers him support on that right-hand side. Malik Chow down the line to Tino. Back to Chow. Chow now comes back into the centre circle to Dan Burn. Dan Burn plays it along the floor to J7. Back to Hall. A bit more zippy about Newcastle at the minute. Trying to play that positive ball. But again, it's all about keeping hold of that ball and playing in the right zones. Murphy's been tested there by a doggy, but he gets it out of his feet and back to Dan Burn. Dan Burn goes to the left-hand side to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes now got options. J7 opportunity now down the left-hand side. J7 steps over one. Again, Porro just gets a toe to it though, and it's out for a corner to Newcastle. Better.
100%. Don't know what you think, Gary, but I don't know whether we need to keep a couple of the Paul and Tonali and Barnes and Murphy wide. There seems to be a lot of room down the sides if we keep them guys on a wide keel, and there's going to be chances there.
Yeah, you're right, and that's what you were saying, isn't it? If they play this formation, playing narrow, there should be lots of space for Newcastle to exploit down the wings. Ball coming in from Miley, it's a bit heavy. Goes back post to Malik Chow. It goes up in the air, to be fair, and two Tottenham players go for the ball, and it's just whacked clear to clear their lines, and it's a Newcastle throw-in. Again, not really a great delivery. A little bit too much on that one from Miley this time. Went to the back stick, and like I say, the balls with pace at the moment, like I say, they're just not on the money. Not what we saw against Everton, where I would imagine 90% of the balls were good deliveries. and put Everton under a lot of pressure. Not really seeing that type of delivery tonight at St James's Park, have we?
No, definitely not. With the crossing has been pretty poor from set pieces, to be honest.
Miley just going down the line there. And again, challenged by Papa Sarr, who's out for a throw-in to Newcastle.
Yeah. It's noticeable from when Miley came into the team a few years ago to now how much he's bulked out as well. He's sort of in stature, he's a lot bigger a player and sort of a presence on the pitch.
Yeah, throwing back to Toon Army. Back up the line to Tino. Tino fights to go one way. Back to Toon Army, who floats the one in towards that 6-yard box. It's headed! Oh, I thought, it was headed. I thought from the position that we were in, I thought that was going to be header at the back stick, but it was floated on the 6-yard box, and then it was tamely just headed down into Vicario's hands. So again, a little bit bitty in the final bit to get this goal, but you can sense a goal coming, mate.
100%. Yeah. To be fair, I thought there would have been one in the first 20 minutes. The one thing you don't want to get hit with here is a sucker punch on the other side, do you?
That's the thing, when you've had all this possession now and final third play, if they go and get a goal against the run of play, does it knock the stuffing out of you? Does it knock the wind out of your sails type of thing? J7 with the ball out to Murphy. Murphy tries to get the ball to the back stick towards Vicario, who's stretching for it. But again, I don't know what he was stretching for that to try and keep it in play, because he was never in control of that ball. And if he had got a palm to it, would have palmed it literally in the path of J7. So he let it go, and it's a goal kick. He's under a little bit of stick, Vicario, I must admit. Because like I say, he's not been the best goalkeeper that I've seen at Spurs, if I'm honest with you. Far from it. 32 minutes, and it's still Newcastle 0, Tottenham 0 at St James's Park. On this Tuesday night, 8:15 kickoff. Vicario goes long again. Again, it's competed by Miley gets the chance here. Tonali to J7 on the halfway line. J7 prods the ball up to Harvey Barnes. He's got Hall on the outside. Harvey Barnes gets challenged late again. Hall comes back. He's again hounded by 3 yellow shirts, and Kudus now with a chance to run, but Tonali's recovery pace just gets the ball back. Well done, Tonali. Ramsdale gives the ball to Byrne. Byrne gives it back to Ramsdale. Again, just trying to run the legs away from Spurs at the minute. Not having much play, Spurs, and when they do, they want to give the ball back to Newcastle pretty easily. Miley into Tonali. Tonali now out to Harvey Barnes, who again got loads of space if he wants to run inside, but again, wrong choice for me, that one from Harvey Barnes. Again, wrong choice from Spurs. Gave him a straight back. It's J7 now with an opportunity to get out of his feet. Tino comes more centrally, gives it out to Murphy. Murphy now drops his shoulder, tries to get the delivery, but again, it's deflected safely into Vicario. It's huff and puff, mate. But no, the final third for me is still the one that's lacking. But Spurs look absolutely awful, don't they?
Spurs are just given nothing, to be honest. As I say, the biggest worry is that we're not ahead in this game, because Spurs can't play this bad for the whole game, surely.
Well, they've got to have a moment. But like I say, at the minute, they are camped deep in their own half. Voltemada trying to feed in Murphy there on the diagonal run. Porro lets the ball run past him. Luckily, Barnes was just a little bit away from him. But again, it's a poor ball delivery. And there's nobody to, again, because Spurs are so narrow in this formation. When the fullbacks get it for Spurs, there's no out. And they're giving it straight back to Newcastle. Poor. I would be pulling my hair out if I was a Spurs fan watching this.
But sure enough, Tuchel can, it's not Tuchel, Frank can say this on the bench. He must be...
Yeah, but have we got another Amorim here, where this is the formation I want you to play at. So I'm not going to change, you change to me. Rather than trying to get at the end of the day, for me, what you have to do is get confidence in the team first before you start, playing around. There was a chance here. Murphy with a shot off the post! Oh! It comes back to Lewis Hall on the edge of the D. Plays it out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes dinks it to the back stick. Somebody get on the end of that. There's too many players there. And not one of them takes the opportunity. Great chance there from from Murphy, to be fair. He just gets a toe to it and drags it. Was that? Sorry, it was J7. I beg your pardon. It was J7 with the cross shot, and it comes off the post back into play. But there was no black and white shirt centrally to tuck that away. Again, missed opportunity, mate.
100%. Yeah, great play, and I think J7's done as much as he can. But I think, as you say, you need somebody in the box there to be running onto that, probably from your left-hand side, maybe it's Barnes.
Yeah, exactly. 63% possession up to yet, and Newcastle. And again, final third choice. And again, they were queuing up at the back stick there. There was Murphy, Miley, I think there was Byrne, there was J7. There was so many players and 2 yellow shirts, and not one of them in a black and white shirt said, "I'll have it," and got a shot off. Crazy.
I think that's where you're missing number 9, isn't it, in regards to wanting to go in there and absolutely battle to get on the ball.
This is the opportunity that we were going to say. Thought Johnson was going to pull the trigger there. He's pulled it back to Kudus. Kudus tries to put one delicately in the far stick, but again it's deflected back out now from Romero to Kudus. First time I've seen Tottenham this high up the field. Drops your shoulder, Kudus going to the line. He's beaten Hall, plays it into the box. Oh, Bergvall just flicks it over the bar. Match stats so far: 7 to Newcastle, 0 for Spurs. 1 on target though from those 7 shots, which is poor. 19 touches so far for Newcastle in the Spurs box, only 1 for Spurs. But that was well done from Bergvall. Beat everybody there, and I think if that was on target, it was a goal. And that's what we were talking about, isn't it, mate?
If you're honest as well, poor defending from Hall on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it was awful.
It was awful defending.
Yeah, Kudus just dropped that shoulder, didn't he? And he got him, got round the back of him. And like I say, just from that one movement alone, we were open.
2 seconds, Gary. I've got someone at the door.
Nobody's, bud. Pizza, or is it Avon? You have to ask the question. Anyway, clearance again from Vicario. The doggy down the line now. Moani back to Udogi down this left-hand side. Brings it back to Moani. Moani coming inside, looking for that option to get a shot off. Just on the edge of the D, plays it out to Kudus, just inside the box. Again, looking for that far post, but it's blocked by Hall. Again, come back to Kudus, though, who plays the ball back to Romero. First little opportunity for Spurs to have a little bit of game in the Newcastle half. Bentancur back to Kudus, back to Bentancur. Romero. Again, got options. But they decide to go back with Kudus all the way back to the Romero on the side. Kudus, Porro now. Back to Kudus. Little bit of possession here from Spurs. Again, just trying to get hold of the ball and get a bit of possession. Porro now, again, having to go all the way back from the press from Newcastle to Vicario. Romero down on the floor to Kudus, but again Hall gets his toe to it, fixed in towards Voltemada, and again just gets his pockets picked there, and now it's Bergvall on a bit of a run through the middle of the park. He's into the Newcastle half, heading towards the Newcastle box. He's on his own a little bit here. Fed the ball to Kudus though. Kudus again got Miley in front of him this time. Plays it back to Porro. Kudus with a delivery into the box. Dan Byrne heads it clear, but this is going to come all the way to a doggy. Very good there from Tino, who has the opportunity now to run down the line. Oh, it's going to be a free kick, that is. No, referee says carry on. There's a chance now for Spurs to get into that corner of the box. It's come now centrally to Bergvall, who can't control. Harvey Barnes picks the ball up. Poor passage of play to both teams this last 5 minutes. It's been very, very poor final balls. J7 down there for the second, but he's back on his feet. This ball's with Kudus. Plays the ball in towards the back stick. And again, the header from Moani is poor. Again, I'm not seeing anything from this Carlo Moani. J7 went down, and like I say, he's nearly on the floor now. He's struggling a little bit at the minute, J7. I don't know what happened.
Was a big chance for J7 when you look at it again, wasn't it?
It was. I'm surprised Lewis Hall didn't have a smack at that. Like I said, that when this ball comes back out, it comes back out to the edge of the D, and Lewis Hall was running onto that because it's on his right foot. Decides not to have a go.
Actually, Gary, I think we might have done the keeper a disservice. Yeah, I think he saved that.
Little touch. Yeah, a little touch by the looks of it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So that just deflects it onto the post. You're right, mate. I think that would have been a goal, or potentially inside the post. Because it wasn't that much of a deflection, was there?
No, it wasn't a huge deflection, but I think he's done enough to make sure it wasn't going to go in.
Yeah, well, 6 inches is all it takes, they say.
So, I wish I knew.
Long ball down the field of play again. It's easy for Ramsdale to collect this one. V for Vendetta says, this feels like Marseille as we are so careless in the final third. You've got an element there, mate, to be fair. That final ball just seems to be a bit wayward at the minute. And you know what it feels like for me? They're in now that not confused state, but they're unsure of what to do on that final third. Do I strike the ball? Do I pass the ball? And it's like they're halfway between both, aren't they? At times, that's what it feels like in the mindset.
I've been to matches like this. Yeah, been to matches like this when you're sitting watching them in the stands, and it's really hard because you're not playing badly, so you don't want to get on to sort of get on anybody's backs and sort of but we're just not quite 100% at the races up front.
No, it's like I say, they're all a little bit, like I say, lax when it comes to the final third. Come on, Kudus now on the turn again. Half challenge there from J7, but it falls straight back to Kudus. Papasar now for Spurs, who again got a lot of room to run into there. Ball coming to Kudus on the edge of the box. Porro on the right hand side. Fires it in. Bergvall again trying to do his fancy flicks there. But again, it's cleared this time by Dan Burn. Papasar again, poor touch. And it's... just a second, mate.
So the ball was deflected by Maley, then Burn got it and cleared it away. So now we're through into Newcastle on the left-hand side.
Hall now. Throws it inside. Chow. Out to Tina. Up to halfway line with Tino again. Back to Chow. Back to square to Burn. That's an interesting one. Connor's just sent a message saying we're missing Bruno in the middle. I have an element of that. I can see it because we've got now nobody driving forward. We've got the two sitters with Tonali and Miley, and nobody getting into that half space. I mean, J7's there now. Ball's down with Murphy again. He's tried to play a reverse ball, but there was to nobody. Back with Spurs now.
You feel, Gary, but I just think J7's been a little bit of a non. I know he had the shot off the post, so it's a strange thing to say, but he's been a little bit of a non-entity in this game. He's not really got his foot on the ball or done anything.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, I think the problem with this formation at the minute, I think as much as it's confusing Spurs, it's actually confusing Newcastle, because the areas of where you're getting a lot of space is where J7 has been a while. He's on the left-hand side. Seems to be really compact in the middle, and it seems compact on the right-hand side, Newcastle's right-hand side. But on this left-hand side, where there seems to be a little bit of freedom, Harvey Barnes and Lewis Hall have had lots of play down this left-hand side. We've just not got that final third right. And like I say, at this present moment in time, I don't really know what J7's role is.
No.
That's a good ball into Miley from J7, to be fair. J7 now feeds Harvey Barnes on the edge of the box. A bit of a shot. It's deflected. It's a corner.
That's not.
Or has that gone out for a goal kick? Did that deflect off one of ours? No, it was definitely one of their players.
Oh, it's offside.
Oh, it's offside. It doesn't matter. We're into the final minute of the first half. Again, it's just... what's he saying here?
Saying something about his foot 2 times.
Yeah, Vicari say he's got 2 feet. Well, I'm glad you know that. What what's the matter with Vicario, man?
He's not going to VAR here, is he?
I don't know what's going on. The game stopped, ladies and gents. Oh, there's 1 minute. He's calling for somebody forward. Are they saying somebody's thrown something from the crowd? Because obviously he's having a word with one of the stewards there, the head stewards, saying he's happened, whatever it is, it's happened twice. Because Vicario's got his fingers up in the air.
It's something with his foot.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. It's happened twice, whatever it is.
Right.
He's not a happy boy.
No.
Yeah, the steward's having a word with the crowd control anyway, so there's certainly something happening there.
But you'd think about something from the crowd or something, Gary, that he would have pointed at the crowd. He didn't. He just keeps looking at his foot.
Oh, I mean, I just think Vicario was making a bit of a meal out of this, to be fair, though, mate. Vicario goes long this time. Again, trying to find a Spurs head, and he does. Tries to head it forward towards Moani, but again, Lewis Hall picks up the ball from Kudus. He's fired in towards Fultamada. Fultamada, unfortunately, has a slip.
Come on, ref.
Keeps hold of the ball there, but again, crowded out by Papasar, and it's given to Kudus. Kudus down to Bergvall, who's trying to do too many clever little flicks to me for Bergvall, and again, loses the ball from Dan Burn. Hall now picks the ball up. Again, unsure of which way to go. Hall tries to find the ball for Murphy in the middle of the box, but it was a poor delivery from Hall, to be fair. Good run from Murphy, but just not a great delivery. That's a poor ball again. This time, as we've got a chance here, Murphy into the corner of the box. It's driven across the field, but it's blocked by Papasar and cleared by Udogie deep into the Newcastle half. And that should be it from the referee. Should be half-time, and it is. Half-time at St James's Park, 0-0. Your thoughts, mate, on the first half?
Started really well. Thought we were in complete control of the game, pushing forward well, good possession of the ball. It went a bit sloppy after about 20-25 minutes, and Tottenham came into it a little bit. But if we're sloppy with the ball, they're absolutely awful with the ball, to be honest. They struggle to string 3 passes together at times. I think if I was a Tottenham fan sitting watching this, I would be worried. I understand what the concerns are with the manager now, if this is how they've been playing this season.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, it's criminal as well, though, mate. If I'm honest with you, when you look at, where these guys have been. I mean, they've had a little bit more possession towards the end. I mean, 58-42%. But again, you look at the expected goals. Even though we've dominated possession in that first half, right? This is how poor it's been in the final third. Our XG at the minute is 0.45, where Spurs have had nothing in our half, and their expected goals is 0.36 because of that little Bergvall opportunity. That went down as a big chance for them. We still haven't had a big chance yet. We've had 8 total shots, and we've not really had the keeper make a save, really, from those 8 shots. So again, it's been a lot of huff and puff, and there's been a lot of good work in front of the box or the build-up. I think there's been some really good work, but that final third was pretty poor.
I think this is maybe a game where Eddie can make changes at half time. If he's sitting watching that, then potentially there are changes that could be made. I think a big one would be Jace Ramsey for James 7 maybe, or
I'd go with Bruno. I would have Bruno on there when I'd put Tonali on that left-hand side of that midfield, and I'd go with that attacking emphasis. Because what you get from Bruno, like I say, and what you get from the 3 midfielders then, is that drive into that half space in between the 2. At the minute, we've got no players willing to break that line. You saw it towards the end with J7 getting into that space, but it was a bit too late for me. That it could have happened a lot earlier.
It just feels like we need a little bit of fresh impetus on the pitch, didn't it? we sort of had started quite well, and then it was almost like we'd run out of ideas. We were repeating the same thing, and it just the half sort of fizzled out. Really, it wasn't a bad game. Don't get us wrong. I'm not sitting here saying it's terrible, but it didn't sort of go anywhere after the first 20 minutes. It just sort of just where both teams just couldn't keep hold of the ball, and it just sort of became a bit of a mistake fest, really.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it is when you look at the attack momentum on the graphic, it is all green, which is Newcastle, by the way. So we classes like Newcastle's period of high pressure. It is literally all Newcastle, apart from snippets towards the end of the first half. You look at the you call them mountains if you like, where Spurs actually come into the game. So for the best part of 30 minutes during that game, that first half, why Newcastle are one goal up here, I don't know. And this is what concerns me with Newcastle, because we know, I mean, you look at some of that. Their best player at the minute is on 6.9, right? According to, that's their best scoring player. And as much as, like I say, we've dominated certain areas, we just don't look like we're going to get anything in the final bit. We just don't look like scoring today. This could be, and unfortunately, I said it was going to be a high-scoring game. This could end up being a bloody 0-0 at this rate.
The one worry is that these, as I say, do on the counter-attack or as a one-off goal. Because, I mean, to be fair, we've been poor, but they've been absolutely awful. And this might come back to bite us, but I haven't seen anything really of them pushing forward. Yeah, they had the big chance, but they haven't got anything to attack and formation.
Apart from that strike on goal from Miley and J7's cross shot, I can't remember anything else. As a direct effort on goal. Can you?
No. It's. Did he save that? Sorry, I'm not watching the replay. But
you might have got a toe to it.
I think he might have. You haven't seen anything from either team really. There's been little snips, but as I say, we had control of the game over periods, but never where you thought, oh, we've got these all over here, we're going to score.
Yeah, I mean,
hasn't been that sort of game.
It's a typical. This to me is a typical away team trying to spoil the home team effort, if you like. And you get that situation where it's all it's been all Newcastle, like you say. It's about committing bodies into false zones, if you like, and that's where it's been for me. It's been a lot of false zones. What Newcastle haven't done is delivered the quality ball into the box for anybody to get on the end of. And then what you get then is a situation where, like you say, we overcommit bodies forward to try and create something different. And when the ball breaks down, they have had, I wouldn't say opportunities, because I think their one opportunity came from pretty slack defending, if I'm honest with you. But that's all it takes, isn't it, mate? To get that goal, and then you're done.
This box formation that they seem to be playing, so from the back outwards, it's sort of a rectangular box, I would say, going forward of 2-2-2, is crying out for us to play players wider on the pitch. I think we've all of a sudden came infield a little bit as well. I think what we need to do in the second half is stretch the game, so keep players on the really out wide, and I think that they would really struggle with that. But we've kind of started to almost try to match them in regards to having the majority of our play in the centre of the field as well.
Yeah, like I say, it seems very much like I say at this present moment in time, we just need to get, we just need something to happen in the box, don't we? And I think once we settle down, and that's what it seems to me. It seems as though it's more frustration at the minute, and that frustration just allows those moments of lapse of concentration. Because, like I say, your element is to try and go out there and continue this winning formula, if you like. And again, we talk about, as we've seen so far under Eddie Howe's tenure, we seem to kick on from December. You know, the start of the season has always been a bit slack, but we want to kick on from December. And this game and the Burnley game was those two games where you start thinking another 6 points from these, and the league looks a different place altogether again, doesn't it? But at the minute, we just don't seem as though there is the ability or the player in this side at this present moment in time to be able to unlock the door. Again, just because of, I think, in two minds. Nobody's greedy enough to have a go. That's what it feels like to me.
Do you know what? Becca's just made a really good point there. It is very much of what you're saying there, Gary. Tonali doesn't shoot anymore. Why? No, he can do it. And that's a really good point. He does seem to have a reluctance to have a shot at goal, and whether that's tactical-wise or there's some reason why he doesn't. But I think it's been said before, he's got the hardest shot in the club. So I don't know why he's not willing just to sometimes take a shot. This is sometimes a reluctance from a lot of our players. They won't just have that pot shot from outside the box. And nine times out of 10, you look a fool, but that one time it goes in,
you look a worldie.
You look a worldie, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Everton are beating Bournemouth 1-0, by the way, and I think Man City are absolutely pommeling.
It's very off-putting because it looks like Santa's scratching your nose every time you lean forward.
Hey, wait here. Yeah. What was it? Roy Wilson. Remember him?
Roy Wilson.
Was it Roy Wilson? Hey, Santa, where's me chuffing bike? I've got everything here I want, but there's nothing here I like.
Yep.
Was it someone bloody Wilson, wasn't it? Kevin Wilson. Kevin bloody Wilson. There you go.
No idea.
There's a blast from the past.
That might be before my time, Gary.
Oh, bless you. Yeah, so it looks like I say, Man City are absolutely turning Fulham into a different. I mean, it is chalk and cheese, mate. There. I think it's 5-1 at the minute. Like I say, 1-0 to.
No, Gary. It's Fulham 4, Man City 5.
5-4.
5-4. Well, 4-5. 5-4.
Oh, well, you're right, because I've just seen the goals from Fulham now going. At the minute, I'd only seen Man City's goals going. Wow, that is a game and a half.
83 minutes and 5-4. I think should we just switch over and commentate on that?
Yeah, I think we're in the wrong game. Foden. Yeah, I've just seen Foden score. That was 4-1. That's crazy on 53 minutes. Ball just deflected over the top. That's 5-1. That's what I saw, you see. I'd seen 5-1 going, and I thought it had stayed at that. So, again, Man City just thinking it was easy. It's done.
It looks like Man City were 5-1 up, and then Fulham have got back to 5-4.
Well, I'll tell you something now. Again, you talk about shooting from outside the box, you know, and that was what you've just seen there from outside the box. That that one on the edge of the box, he's just lashed onto it and just put his foot through it.
Just to show how mucked up the Premier League is, Bournemouth 0, Everton 1.
Exactly. That's what we were saying. It's crazy.
Absolutely nuts, this Premier League season.
It is absolutely bonkers, mate. You just don't know where you are in this Premier League this season.
It shows you any team can beat any team at any point, can't there? And I often think that, you know, if you play a game, if you played the game the next day, would you get the same? I know obviously the players will be unfit and things like that, but would you get the same result? I think there's sometimes that you win a game 2-3-0, and the next day you will probably lose the game. It's just whether the footballing gods are on your side for that game.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I also think, you know, when you've got games back to back like we have at the minute, you know, you talk Saturday evening, then you're talking Tuesday evening, and there's not been that many changes in the side, to be fair. It's sometimes you ask yourself, are you just carrying, you know, that little bit of workload over to that next game? I must admit the left-hand side looks very good. We were talking about Murphy on that right-hand side, you know, what he brings to the side, what he doesn't bring to the side. And again, I think it's not been fantastic from that right-hand side. I think there's been a lot of huffing and puffing, but no quality down that right-hand side at all. Tino's made some really good runs, but again, Tino going on the run, you lose your midfield then because Miley goes and sits at right back. And it's been the same with J7 at left back when Hall's gone forward. So you actually lose that midfield structure because of the setup that Eddie Howe has got going. So it's certainly something that we need to look at. But for me, I think if Eddie Howe wants to make a name, if you like, it would be now that I make a change and just see if I can get that little bit more of an impetus out of this team. And again, you talk about should have Alanga started. Would he have had a bit more room down that right-hand side? But the problem is they're not committing bodies forward. I mean, Udogie's been committing forward. Would having him on the side, Alanga on the side, block that channel? Do you know what I mean? Because, for me, they have virtually set up in a 4-3-3 for me, rather than this 4-2-2-2. It seems very much as Kudus on the right-hand side and Johnson on the left-hand side. And again, Johnson's been, a bit ball player, if you like. He's not really been involved in the first half at all. And again, it's picking up that number 10. And Bergval's not a number 10, but he's looked the most likely to score for Spurs.
Just pick up one was as there. See, Borky, it's not easy being a manager. It's
Yeah. I mean,
thanks, Wazza.
It's
not easy being a manager. Yeah, it's not easy being a manager. And to be fair, everybody's got their opinions on Eddie Howe and things like that. But in regards to it, you can't say he's not a good manager. He is a good manager. Don't get us wrong when I call him out. It's in regards to what he's doing, but not in regards to saying that he's not a good manager. He is a good manager.
Yeah. I mean, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because you like I said, I was listening to the Twins just before we came on. Oh yeah, Bruno is on. So we've got the lads are coming back on the field, and it looks like Bruno is coming on for the second half. And again, it looked like he was the missing piece. It's just that drive from midfield into them half spaces that are so hard to pick up, and obviously he gives that element. So yeah, it looks like who's going off then? Do you reckon it'll be Miley?
No, it's 8.
Tonali?
Tonali. Oh, Tonali got a little knock in the first half. I wonder if this is down to injury.
Ooh, that's an interesting call. That is really an interesting call. So there's one change, guys. So Bruno on for Tonali. So it's like for like in that centre. Miley with a kickoff all the way back to Ramsdale. And Ramsdale goes long again, looking for Voltemada. Again, it's headed clear by Spurs up towards Kudus. Flicked on by Bruno, and there's a bit of a... Porro was a bit mixed up there, whether to handball it or what. Referee's given a free kick, I think.
Don't know if it's a free kick or a head injury.
Yeah. Kyle Amwani gets a bit of a clatter in the back of the head there, and the referee went over straight away to see if he's okay.
What's the head brace he's got on, Kerry?
He had a fracture.
Ah, right.
So they keep that on because there's a plate. Obviously, it keeps everything stable. So the referee has asked him to go off the field of play. Now, that's really interesting, because there hasn't been physio called on, right? So why is he asked to go off the field of play?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense, that.
Is it because the referee stopped the game for him?
I mean, it's like I say, head injury or what? It's just like, go off. You went down holding your head, you go off. Ball over the top, but it's a poor ball, to be fair, for Tino. And it's out for a goal kick to Spurs. And Calamano is still off the park. I don't know what he's waiting for, because if it's that seems more than 30 seconds to me.
This rule's a joke, isn't it?
I only thought that rule come in, though, if the physios come on.
Physio came on.
Yeah, I've never seen that before, where a referee asks you to leave the park if you're back on your feet. You ask you if you're okay and do you need treatment. But I've never really seen that. Good header from Miley there, forward for Voltemada, but it's all the way back to Vicario. Again, he goes long, looking for Kudus. Good challenge again from Hall. A good ball from J7 up to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes is in the box now. He's driving towards the goal. Oh, it's played off Vicario. It's off the line this time from Voltemada. It's come out to Bruno. Bruno heads it down to Tino. Tino now plays the ball into Bruno on the edge of the box. Back to Tino on this right-hand side. Tino's looking for options. He gives it inside to Murphy. Murphy gets it onto his left foot.
That was poor.
I don't even know what that was. A back pass. But again, well done, Harvey Barnes. Driving into the box there. Gets a shot at goal off the thighs of Vicario. I thought then Voltemada was just going to head it into the goal. But a goal, he heads it against the player on the line. Unlucky. Newcastle. And good start.
To be fair with that, it wasn't as if Barnes had a choice to cross that. There was nobody in there to get it on a cross. So he's done the right thing and taken the shot.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't fault that at all. It was cleared off the line in the end by Danzo. Malik Chow goes square to Dan Burn. Dan Burn now to Lewis Hall. Hall just looking for options, gives it back to Dan Burn. Again, trying to draw the Spurs players on. Out to Tino. Again, Spurs looking very narrow until the ball goes wide, and then it's committing bodies left and right. It's a very split 4-3-3, this system from Spurs at the moment. And again, there's a chance that the ball goes down for Spurs. They have got it forward this time towards Bergvall, who again just tries to keep it in play. Dan Burn does well to play back to J7 down on that left-hand side. Bruno now looking for the ball over the top. Again, it's not a great ball and it's headed cleared again by Danzo. J7 goes forward again. Romero. Again, Bentancur and Danzo getting each other's way, but he's played it back to Udogie. Udogie got a bit of time just to put his foot on the ball and give it back to Bentancur. Again, under a bit of pressure from Miley, and again, it's just kicked forward, and that's easily picked up by Malik Chow. Miley now inside to J7. J7 outside to Murphy. Murphy. Bruno now picks the ball up. A little bit more intent in the start of this first half, matey, from Newcastle.
100%. The ball retention's been better as well.
Yeah, ball to the back stick again. Poor ball, but Barnes keeps this in play for Newcastle. Comes back to Hall on that left-hand side. Hall gives it to Bruno. Burn to Chow. Inside, who's sitting a bit deeper now, allowing Bruno to go forward. Miley. Murphy now gives it straight back to Bruno, who said, I'll have that. Tino's got an opportunity to cross it, but again, decides not to. Oh, I thought Harvey Barnes was just lining a volley up there. The ball's headed clear. It comes to Kudus. Again, deep in his own half. His options, Kudus. Playing dodgy there, Kudus. Romero. And just gives the ball out for Udogie. Down this left-hand side. Go on, mate.
Part of the problem with Tottenham seems to be, mate, that the own players are getting in each other's way with this formation because they're so central. They're just clashing into each other at times.
Yeah, they're not really giving each other options, are they? And like I say, they try to do these silly things like Moani coming deep there. I mean, he's done well to track back, but again, it's Murphy and Harvey Barnes getting in each other's way, and it's giving the ball straight back to Spurs. Kudus now down this right-hand side, just inside the Newcastle half. Gives it to Porro, back to Kudus. Again, just taking the time. Spurs, Papasar, again all the way back to Vicario. I think the way Spurs are playing, mate, they'd be happy with the draw. Just to stop the rots of Vicario play. Go on, mate.
100% that they're not playing for a win here.
Yeah. Oh, it's really terrible from Udogie there, to be fair. He gives the ball straight back to Spurs. Murph inside to Voltemada again. He's not really done a great deal in front of goal for me, Voltemada, in keeping the ball and recycling it if he needs to. He just seems to be running directly into a player every time he's on the turn. He's got to start playing with his back to goal a bit better for me today.
I think he's had a poor game today, if we're honest.
Yeah, Brown now goes down under a challenge there. I think that was Bentancur again. Oh, it's Papasar. Crazy, like I say, a little bit better since Bruno's come on. And like I say, there's a little bit more impetus in that midfield as players getting. I say, we knew Bruno would have given them that option in that middle section. I'm not really sure whether I'd have taken, like I say, Tonali off though, unless, like you say, there was a knock.
Yeah, I must admit, for me, it would have been, if it wasn't a knock, then it would have been J7 that would have came off for me.
Yeah, I agree. Free kick for Newcastle, left for Miley again, around about the 40-yard mark on the right side of the box. Again, just looking to get this ball into the right zones. Ball towards that back stick. It's headed clear though, uncompeted from Spurs. It's headed back towards J7. Brings it back to Bruno. Clips it in the air. Keeps J7. Heads it back to Hall. Hall now. Again, don't get too close. Good ball out from Hall to Murphy on this right-hand side. Murphy drives the ball back into the box. But again, it's a poor cross from Murphy. And it's cleared by Spurs out for a throw-in. The ball's thrown back quickly into Tino. Now Miley. Miley gives it out to Murphy. Murphy looks to come inside, but then drops the shoulder onto the right-hand side. Dinks the ball to the penalty area. Why didn't you commit yourself there? There's a chance. Oh, deflected for a corner. Oh, God dear. Again, it's a good. That is a good ball. But again, there's nobody. I mean, why aren't people throwing ahead at that?
Voldemort got to do better with that cross, Gary. I'm sorry, but if you're playing up front, you've got to be throwing yourself at that.
Yeah, I agree. Again, Newcastle setting up like Arsenal with all the players at the back. Ball ready from Miley to come into the box. Comes into a better area. It's headed half clear. Can it fall to a Newcastle player? Again, it's Murphy who drives it in. And I think it was heading towards Harvey Barnes. Again, is that a cross or a shot? And it's cleared by Spurs again for another Newcastle corner. It's a poor. I mean, it comes off his heel, Murphy's heel there. There was no full contact, was there?
There was no skill in that.
Again, another corner. Again, everybody up to the back stick. Towards the... Oh, Vicario underneath his own bar. Pushes that one over his bar. Again, the ball better whipped in this time from Miley. Bit of pace on it. Keeper does come out, but then has to backstep and then just see it over the bar under a bit of pressure from Harvey Barnes there.
I understand what they're trying to do with these corners, Gary, but do you not think at times it would be better if everybody's pushing from the back post to the front post? They'd be better off just keeping somebody at the back post as well in case it is slightly overhit, and then they can head it back across.
Yeah, I agree. But again, all the big boys at the back stick this time. They've changed the system a little bit. They've because it's an outswinger from Miley this time, so they're all on the edge of the box on the D. Miley with the ball into the box. It's in a good area on the edge of the Z. It's headed clear by Spurs. Kudus now picks the ball up, flicks it over Murphy. It's inside now. There's a chance of a break here. Spurs just run into that right side. He drops his shoulder on Hall. Well done, J7, though, because he follows him all the way back. But again, that first touch gives it straight back to Spurs, but Spurs gives it straight back to Newcastle. Don't play in them areas, lads. Again, Hall gets a challenge, and it's a free kick to Newcastle.
You'd think the ball was on fire, the amount that they keep giving it to each other to try to lose the ball.
Yeah, it's like, I don't want it, you have it. I don't want it, you have it.
No.
It's crazy, mate. Another Spurs player gets a yellow card there for a challenge. That was Bentancur this time. Just dangles a leg and trips Hall. Well deserved, to be fair, because that is, like I say, treading all over his feet there, to be fair. But like I say, you're right. It's very bitty from Spurs when they do get into good areas. They just don't know what to do with it. It's like, the challenge. I mean, I don't know what happened to J7 there because he come out and got challenged by Bergvall. He goes down looking for a free kick. The referee says carry on, and he's still on the floor. And then you're like, get up! The game hasn't stopped. You know what I mean? What are you doing? And again, it's a poor delivery out to Harvey Barnes there on that left-hand side. I think Harvey Barnes has done okay today. I don't think he's been the one that's been the problem. I think we've had a lot of success down this left-hand side. The only problem is I can see Gordon coming on for Harvey Barnes in a minute, and I'm not sure whether, like I say, you're going to get anything because we know Gordon likes to come inside. And that's where all the bodies are for Spurs. So are we just going to create more problems for ourselves with the amount of bodies inside?
To me, it
I'd
would
stay
be.
where we are.
I would probably go Alanga for Murphy if I was going to make a change of wingers.
Yeah, me too. I think this right-hand side needs to change. Something needs to happen down this right-hand side. And like I say, whether you put Alanga on, which is what I would do, because I think it's screaming out for a little bit of pace down this right-hand side to really put pressure on them. It looks like Man City have held on for a 5-4 finish.
Just one point I would raise with this game, if there's an offside, a decision that has to be made with the ball's exactly the same colour as Tottenham's tops. Anything goes to sort of VAR or anything, it's going to be really hard to distinguish between the ball,
especially if it comes off a hand or something.
Yeah.
I mean, they've never really questioned that. To be fair, when it comes to the colours of the balls, but it's an interesting look. To be fair,
because if you look at it there, it's really hard to distinguish.
Well, it's the same colour. Yeah, it's the same colour, isn't it? Apart from that little bit of peach, I think is the word.
Yeah.
And that's not on the Tottenham Hotspur's cheek. Here we go. Papasar looking for a throw into the box there, deep in the Newcastle half. Again, a bit sloppy play. Ball into the box. Headed up in the air by Dan Burn. Headed clear this time by Dan Burn. Benton curve for Spurs now. Again, just shepherds that ball out for a throw-in. Yeah, it's a good shout that, potentially Willocky now down this right-hand side, because he's done all right. Maybe Willock down this right-hand side for Alanga to start with, and then maybe throw Willock in the middle for Murphy, say, or J7.
It needs to. The game needs freshening up a little bit at this point. It is. I mean, we've got probably 5 minutes before he makes his subs, but
another ball into the box, headed cleared again by Dan Burn. It comes back out to Papasar. He's let it bounce 2 or 3 times. He's pressured by Tino. He plays the ball back down, and Spurs keep hold of the ball. Udogi plays the ball into Porro. Now out to Kudus on that right-hand side, being pressed by Harvey Barnes. Back to Romero. Danzo, and then Udogi's got a bit of room to go to now. So Johnson down this left-hand side again, marshalled by Murphy. Ball into the box. There's a couple of bodies there from Spurs, but it's headed clear. Tino now on this right-hand side. Got a bit of grass to run into. Plays the ball inside to J7. Now J7 can motor, but again, makes the wrong decision from J7, and he's giving the ball straight back to Tottenham Hotspur. That to me is a call that is crying to happen.
100%.
That has to change. That's the one. We've got to start taking control of this midfield, and it's just far too easy for Spurs to get the ball back at this present moment in time, and it's literally coming from that play. When the ball, I mean, he had loads of options there, but he carried on running and he just runs into a yellow shirt.
I mean, we haven't got much to... Again, I don't want to tempt fate, but we haven't got a lot to worry about at the back at the minute. But we just don't seem to be able to get the forward play going at all. No,
that's what I said. I just can't understand, where we are at the minute with what we've got from midfield. We're just so slack, and Tottenham are more than happy to give you the ball back. That's what I can't understand, and that's why, again, another ball wasted from J7. Look, and that's got to stop. When you've got the ball, you've got to do something with that ball. He's having a go with Harvey Barnes there, saying, "Come back for the ball." If the player isn't there for you to pass the ball, don't pass it to him.
Yeah.
Again, committed 2 bodies to the play here. Johnson's now got a chance to run at Tino for Spurs. Plays in back to Papasar. Again, Bentancur plays the ball into Bergvall centrally. Back out to Porro. Porro now sees Kudus free on that right-hand side. Bergvall now with an opportunity to get into the box. He's beaten one player, and it's cleared this time by Tino. Again, I can see something happening here, Spurs seem to be gaining a little bit of momentum at the minute at St James's Park. Been a bit static. All the way back to Romero. Danzo.
Unfortunately, I didn't get a rescue dog delivered with me shopping, so...
Again, Udogi and Johnson. Udogi carries on running to the byline. blocked by from Miley, and it's out for a corner this time to Spurs. Yeah, going through a bit of a bad spell at the minute, Newcastle. Here we go. Elanga. No, he's getting his top on. So we are Anthony Gordon. Look, I expected. Anthony Gordon's going to be first. And I really don't see anything coming from that because, like I say, unless he's being told to play more down the line than run inside, he gives us no out whatsoever. Porro across to take this corner. Go on, mate.
Unless Eddie surprises one, brings J7 off for him and maybe puts him up front with Walter.
Who knows? It wouldn't surprise me if he takes Voltemada off.
It wouldn't surprise me either.
And that would be a kill. Whoa. Again, ball delivered to the back stick and it's just headed clear by Hall there. Back for another corner, though, to Spurs. And there's a lot of pulling and pushing there, and Lewis Hall was being held by... There was two Spurs players at the back stick there. Lucky Lewis Hall manages to get his head under a bit of pressure there from Bergvall.
Still agree we've got too many players in the box for corners. We need to keep somebody upfield, at least one.
Yeah, I mean, we've gone deep as well. Look at that ball into the near post, headed clear by Lewis Hall. It comes, it's flicked back in, but it's blocked by Murphy. Again, just trying to keep the ball in there, Kudus. Plays the ball into the box again to that back stick. Ramsdale comes for it, gets his hand to it and manages to claim it in the second attempt. Rolls the ball out now. There's a chance here of that left-hand side. It's a good ball to Murphy from Bruno. Murphy now on the corner of the box. Can he have a shot? He does, but it's blocked again by Spurs. And again, Newcastle commit bodies forward and the ball bounces behind them. Waited too long, delayed the opportunity there for me.
That should have been a good chance for Murphy. He was actually on the left-hand side of the pitch, so he was on his right foot to have a proper crack there.
Yeah, exactly. Good ball through from Miley to Voltemada, and again, couldn't take it in his path. Ball's come to J7 now. Back to Bruno on that left-hand side. Bruno drops his shoulder. Again, looking for options. Plays it square to Miley. Miley goes again to Tino on the right side of the box. Tino now to dip into that back stick. And it's cleared for a Newcastle corner by Porro. I think it looked like, I don't know whether Porro, he said he's hit his face. I don't know whether that come off his arm more than his face, to be fair. It was a great ball in behind from Bruno to Murphy. He was stood up by Porro. He drops his shoulder, but then tries a shot, and we'd committed 5 bodies into the box rather than just waiting and looking to go square. You know what I mean? He waited and waited and waited and then just didn't get it. Corner for Newcastle. 65 minutes gone. 0-0 still at St James's Park. Bruno with a corner. Delivers a good corner. It's come out to Tino with a shot. Good save there from Vicario. Murphy now with a shot. Back stick. But again, it's played into an area where there's no black and white shirts. And it's a foul now, committed by Newcastle. Good shot that from Tino. Down to Vicario's left-hand side.
Murphy's cross was good, but he didn't get his head up to see where our players were, was the big problem.
Yeah, that's right.
All that needed was a little deflection or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, Harvey Barnes, Murphy's coming on. Oh, it's Gordon. It's the two wingers coming off. Harvey Barnes, who's looked a threat, and Murphy. I'm glad Murphy's off, to be fair, because we've had nothing from Murphy. Yeah. But for me, we need more control from in the midfield. That's where we seem to be dilly-dallying a little bit. And like I say, I would have potentially looked at getting maybe Ramsey on just to have more control of the ball in that midfield area.
I think it's crying out for J7 to come off. Whether he will or not is the other question.
Yeah, it's a bit part at the minute. Ball in the air behind Dan Burn. I don't think he knew where it was for a minute there, Dan Burn. Ball from Hall to Ramsdale. Ramsdale gives it to Chow on this right-hand side of the box for Newcastle. Back to Ramsdale. Being pressured by Bergvall. Ball inside. Don't play about there, Bruno. Good ball out, though, for J7. J7 now out to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon's first touchdown, that left-hand side. He comes inside of Porro. Back to J7. J7 now gets tackled. The referee says, carry on, mate. And again, just sitting down. What's the point? Get back on your feet. The referee hasn't given it. He's giving it straight back to Elanga though. Hall now on this right-hand side. Dinks the ball to the back stick. And just a little bit too close to Vicario. And he climbs that one in the air. Throws out straight away to Vicario to Bergvall. Bergvall now on the halfway line. Plays it down that right-hand side to Moani. Moani being stood up by Dan Burn. Plays it back into Bergvall. Inside the box there. Bergvall still with the ball. Drives the ball to the back stick. But nobody committing themselves to that back post of Spurs. And it's easy for Tino to drive the ball into Elanga on the right-hand side. Elanga now got options with Bruno in the middle. Plenty of space for Bruno there. Gives it to J7. Back to Bruno. And again, it's a ball out to that left-hand side. Again, because of the shape of Spurs, there's space on the wings if Newcastle can exploit it. Anthony Gordon's got a lot of grass to run into here. Nobody in the box, though. Look, one player in the box. What are you doing, lads?
We're praised it up
didn't know that.
Yeah, we're praised it up in the first half, Gary, that we're getting 4 or 5 players up ahead of the ball. It's just gone that now. It's just, as you say, one player in the box.
What are you aiming at, though? I mean, surely Gordon can see that and just keep hold of the ball, recycle it back. You know, you're playing, there's 5 bloody yellow shirts there and you've got 1 black and white shirt. Come on, Miley, let's make something happen from this. Again, going to be an outswinger. All of the Newcastle players on the D playing towards the 6-yard box. Ball comes in, it's headed clear, but again, it's not cleared by Spurs. Voltemada manages to keep it in on the right-hand side. Plays it all again, offside.
Offside.
Ay,
Gary.
Yeah, if that's the problem now, it just gets a little bit... as the game's carrying on, 1 goal could win it here. Whichever way it goes, it could be a 1-goal decider. Again, quality into the box just wasn't there, mate.
No, definitely not.
Vicario goes long on that, looking that right-hand side. Dan Burn looks to get his head on that, unchallenged from Newcastle. Again, heads the ball just back to Spurs. Closed down by Voltemada.
Yeah.
Tino now picks the ball up just inside the Newcastle half, plays it inside to Bruno, who tries to feed Miley, but again, it's closed off by Spurs, who have got a bit of a free run now on this left-hand side with Johnson. Johnson's offside, though. Again, poor, because they had the offload. Oh, here it comes. Richarlison. I said he's got good numbers against Newcastle, Richarlison.
But, Gary, if you read through the chat, everybody's saying, get Joe Linton off.
Yeah, I know, mate. I know.
You can just see it.
It is criminal, to be fair. But something's got to happen in that final third. A little bit of quality. Bruno plays the ball into Dan Burn. Burn now out to Louis Hall. Louis Hall has got Gordon on the left-hand side. Into Gordon's feet. Gordon's got an opportunity to go down that left-hand side. Gordon now driving down that side. He's committed bodies forward into the box towards Voltemada. Voltemada now holds the ball up. He's got Bruno on the edge of the box if he needs him. Bruno! Yes! That's what we needed. Get in! Bruno! Hey!
What a finish.
Get in. He's been crying out for it, mate. A bit of quality. Well done, Anthony Gordon, to be fair, because he committed 2 bodies to him down that left-hand side. He played a ball into Voltemada, and for the first time, Voltemada gets the ball under control, plays the ball back towards Bruno, who slots it into that corner. Past Vicario. Come on! Newcastle 1, Tottenham 0, 71 minutes gone.
Yeah. I don't know if you've noticed, Gary, but since since Gordon's came on, he's been hugging that left wing. He's been playing the weeders for England.
Yeah.
He's been proper staying out wide. Look at this. Look at how
very good. Yeah. Commits the 2 bodies. Look, Romero has to come out. Well, it's Bentancur and Porro. Plays the ball along the floor to Walter Messi, and that's a hell of a finish, from Bruno.
Brilliant finish.
That's a hell of a finish because it's on the at the far post, and it hits the side netting from Bruno. It's a quality finish.
Perfect.
You'll see it more from here. Look, it's straight through the 3 bodies of Tottenham and past Vicario into that side netting. Great finish. No. That is a great finish, and that little bit of quality. That's all you've asked for. You know, it's taken 70 minutes for that to come.
And I have to say, when Eddie Howe celebrated, his arms were above his head. He actually did the proper full-on celebration.
Well, I think it must be, you know, it's as frustrating as it was for us watching that. If I'm honest with you, it's got to be the same for him because, like I say, you know, the amount of times that Tottenham have gifted Newcastle possession. And we've done nothing with it again. You know, Tottenham again allowing Newcastle to go down this right-hand side. There's a ball round the back for Alanga to chase onto. But Danzo just gets the better of him there. Danzo clears this time. Again, it's picked up by Dan Burn, who's had a good game, to be fair. Dan Burn looking for options, trying to play through players, Dan. Play it out. You've got players to the left of you there. Just play simple. Ball out to this left-hand side for Johnson now for Spurs. Marked by Tino. Johnson now down this left-hand side. Just trying to get the other side of Tino. Standing Tino up here. Johnson still with the ball. Plays the ball into the box again. Nobody of any stature for Spurs in the box. There's a bit of a push in the back from Moana, and I think that's probably going to be his last effort of the game.
Yeah.
I think Richarlison will come up for him.
I think you have to say, well done, Eddie, with his substitutions as well. Good substitutions, and we haven't lost with shape. We haven't lost with way. We've actually, it's actually been positive what he's done, what's happened on the pitch. So, you know,
apart from J7, if I'm honest with you,
no, apart from J7, I mean the substitutes that he's actually brought on. No, but J7 should have been off a long time ago.
I agree. I mean, when I saw Anthony Gordon warming up, I'm thinking, oh, please don't send Messi, you know, Walter Messi off for Gordon, because when you haven't got a goal, that's the last thing you want to be doing. You need goal scorers on the pitch, and for me, it was all about, like I say, controlling this midfield now. And like I say, J7 just again, we've given the ball away so easily. Luckily, again, Spurs just don't want the ball. This shape, whatever they're trying to play here, just isn't working for them. Bruno now with the ball just inside the Newcastle half. He goes outside to Tino. Tino's got Johnson for company. He plays it outside to Alanga. Alanga's comes inside. Udogi now facing him. Miley now with the ball. Again under the challenge of Papasari. He goes on the right hand side though. Again, lovely play from Miley. Plays in Alanga. Back to Miley. Again, Newcastle just trying to keep hold of the ball. Well done, Tino. Goes back to Malik Chow on the halfway line. Malik Chow into Burn. Burn to J7. J7 again looking for options. Gives it to Anthony Gordon on that left-hand side. Again, Anthony Gordon drawing Porro towards him. J7 looks on to go on the outside. And again, they go back. Well done, Gordon. Just keep control of that ball. Ball to this right-hand side now with Malik Chow. Malik Chow drives the ball into the feet of Miley. And again, it's gone all the way through to Spurs. And again, rushed clearance back to Dan Burn on halfway into the Spurs. We've got Bruno now just getting out of his feet. He's got, again, Miley to the outside, or Tino on the outside now if he wants to give it to him. He gives it to him now. Tino now with the opportunity to get over his feet and get a crossing. Tino plays the ball back to Alanga. Alanga now stops, tries to get the cross in, but that's deflected out for another corner off a doggy.
You can see the difference that what Eddie's done when he's brought the subs on is said to them, keep yourself out wide. This is where we'll win this game. If we get the ball out wide, these guys aren't going to be able to defend against us.
No. We are... Can you send a message to Chris? I don't know whether you're seeing the same as me.
The stutter.
Yeah, it's... We're on the lag. I'm just going to have a look from my screen because they have made some subs because we are now running over a minute behind even what I'm seeing. Ramsdale now gives the ball in to Chow, who gives it to Tino. Tino now plays the ball to Chow and goes back to Ramsdale, who's more square. Ball now with Dan Burn. Dan Burn got a bit of grass to run into. Up towards Hall, but it's a poor ball to be fair, and it's won back by Spurs. Kudus now running towards that penalty area. Gives the ball to Bentancur, who drives it into Dan Burn. But Miley now's got the ball. And again, Miley gets the ball taken off him just on the edge of the box. Spurs running directly to the box. There's a chance. but it's cleared by J7, and he celebrates that one as if it's a goal, to be fair. Again, nobody really communicating to say that Mwani's there to get that ball. And again, there's Mwani runs through several bodies, and J7 just gets his toe to it and puts it behind for a corner to Spurs. Spurs ready to make 3 substitutions. Johnson coming off. I don't know who that is that's coming on. I'll let you know in a second. But he's had a poor game for me, Johnson. Again, promising young lad. Just didn't work out for him. 15. Bergval's off for Richarlison. And Xavi's on. So there you go. So we've got Bergval for Simmons, Richarlison and Tell. So they've gone very forward thinking now, Spurs, with these players on. So Tell, Richarlison and who did I say? Xavi Simons. What do you think of what I mean? That again, you look at what they've put on the field of play there. You can see they've got a bit top heavy to try and get this goal back, haven't they?
They have, and I think that's the big worry. That there's goals in them isn't the players that they brought on are probably going to improve their teams. The big worry.
Yeah, I think they've probably gone 3 or 4 up top now. If I'm honest with you. So Tell on the ball now, comes inside, plays the ball square. Again, Porro now with the ball, plays it out to Kudus on that right hand side, faced up by Louis Hall. Oh, it's an own goal from Dan Burn.
You're not kidding.
It's either Romero who's got the head to it, or it's an own goal from Dan Burn. Absolutely useless. Crazy. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse.
I think it's Romero by the look of it.
Yeah, he's the one celebrating, to be fair. Ball goes out to Porro, to Kudus. And Kudus gets 3 players drawn towards him. And Dan Burn just gets, like I say, he's just waiting for the ball to come instead of attacking the ball. And Romero just runs in front of him. Yeah, he gets ahead on it. Oh, Dan.
Dan's going to get a lot of criticism for he's had a good game.
But no need for that.
Yeah.
No need. Anyway, Newcastle, Bruno up to Gordon, Voltemada, Elanga now on the edge of the right-hand side of the box. Elanga plays it across the box, but it's cleared by Spurs for a throw-in. 80 minutes gone, guys. Newcastle 1, Spurs 1.
Come on, big Dan Burn. This is your chance to make amends.
Redemption.
Yeah.
Again, it's poor because he draws 3 players on him, Kudus, and he's just got a simple ball to play into the near post. And Dan Burns just got to head him, either got to stop Romero from running, good give and go with Elanga and Tino, ball into the box. Voltemada does really well to get that ball under control. Shot from Hall deflected out for a goal, for a Newcastle corner. Come on, boys. 10 minutes to go. Let's get something. Again, Voltemada does really well to control that ball. Louis Hall plays a good ball, but Romero comes out just to close the space down. Bruno looks like he's out there ready to take this kick. Referee comes to the back stick again. Lots of jostling going on between the Newcastle and Spurs players here. Everybody just trying to close the run off of Dan Burn. Ball comes in. Movement from the Newcastle player. Flick on the near post. I mean, I ain't being funny. Dan Burn got felled there like a Christmas tree. Dan Burn's asking the question. Look at that. Watch. Arm around his shoulder there, look.
Surely AMVR have to look at that.
Look at that. I mean, he's not even looking at the ball. He's not even looking at the ball there, Benton Kerr. I mean, what is going on there, lads? Come on. Let's play fair.
Dan Burn's arms aren't anywhere near that player. It's all the defender. Is it going to?
Are they having a look at this?
having a look at it. I hope they are.
They've got. I mean, if they are having a look at this, that's a penalty all day,
That's
every
a
day.
penalty, 100%. If they are, it's gone to be. That's a penalty.
Look at this.
It's got
He's
to
not
be.
even looking at the ball.
No, that has to be. That's a clear and obvious mistake, Gary.
Look
Come
at
on.
that. He's not even looking at the ball, and then he drops him down. Well, I'm glad they're having a look at this because this is something that they have to stamp down on.
Yeah.
We're just awaiting a decision, guys.
He's going to look.
He's going to have a look. Yeah, he's going to have a look. There was lots of questions on there. You know what? I have been, apart from a couple, I have been impressed with this one, this ref. He's somebody I haven't seen many times. But if he's just watched what I've watched here, that's a penalty all day, every day, because he's not even looking at the ball.
No. And to be fair to the ref, he hasn't got a good view of it at all from where he is, and he's looking at the ball. It's not where the ball's going, but that is a penalty. That's a foul.
Yeah, look. Not looking at the ball, just wrestling.
And to be fair to Dan Burn, he puts his arms out, which really helps the decision because it's showing that he's not doing it.
Now let's...
After review, Tottenham, the number 30, makes a holding offence at the back post.
Get in. Come on. Come on.
Well,
now listen,
referee.
That should be a yellow card as well, though. That should be him off.
Yeah.
Because Bentancur's already on a yellow.
They can't do that, though, can they, unfortunately?
Well, that to me is, you know, if he's had that against him, that should be a yellow card because even if it's ungentlemanly conduct, even if they make it that rule, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, Anthony Gordon steps up. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Happy Christmas.
Was Voltemada going to have a word with him?
Voltemada's going to have a word. Or is he literally just holding on to the ball, ready to give it to Voltemada? Because they're all treading all over this penalty spot, look.
Do you know
They're
what
all
the ref's doing here? You should be telling either get out or I'm going to book you all.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Well.
They're all treading all over this penalty spot. They're all protecting the penalty spot, look.
Oh, Gordon's walked away and Voltemada's gone in his hand.
Nah, Voltemada's giving him the ball back, mate.
Back with Gordon.
Yeah. Giving it back to, oh my God. Uh-oh. Come on, Anthony Gordon. Oh my days. Come on. I mean, you know what? I just want it to go into the back of the net.
It doesn't matter who takes it, just score.
Just score. No more pressure. But yeah, I mean, for me, everybody in the chat saying, why Gordon? Why Gordon? Oh my days. Anyway, here we go, guys. Gordon with a penalty. Facing Vicaria. After all this, come on, Gordon. Come on, he runs up. Oh, what a goal! I mean, it's a great one, to be fair. Get in! Yes! Anthony Gordon. Great penalty, to be fair. Well done. Woof.
Well done, referee, on that. Well done, VAR referee, on that one as well.
Fantastic. That's what I said. You know, for me, he has... he's done well because, like I say, it's been a bitty game, and he's let some go, and he's pulled some back. But again, VAR did absolutely fantastic on that one.
Do you know what really helped? And Byrne will get redemption for this, for the goal. He actually made a big deal of the fact that he was fouled. He was in the ref's face saying, "Look, I was fouled. I was fouled. I was fouled." And it's obviously maybe that sometimes influences VAR to have a look.
Yeah. I agree. 87 minutes gone. Newcastle 2, Tottenham 1. Come on, boys. Tony saying, can we hold out? I mean, now it's about not being silly with the ball. It's about time management now. Is it? I mean, I'm going to say we deserve it. I'm not saying it's been spectacular, but I certainly don't think they've been all that at all.
Tottenham have been awful. Tottenham have been awful.
Yeah, Gray's come on for Sark from that midfield, and Udebert has come on for. I mean, I don't know what Gray's going to do. To be fair, Udebert's come on for Kudus, I think it is.
Don't forget to come on and have your say after the game as well, guys. We're carrying on late with winning Craig. It's Craig? Chris.
Craig? Who's Craig?
I don't know who Craig is.
To the back stick. Oh. And now they're saying he got a push. Richarlison's asking the referee. I had a push in the back there, ref. Well, what are you doing, lad? I mean,
to be fair, I'd be more worried about the shirt pulling behind him by Chow.
Chow, yeah, exactly. There was definitely a tug on the shoulder there, wasn't there? Not enough is my answer to that.
No,
I mean, they have got the arms around each other now. Richarlison and Tino. He made too much of a bloody meal out of that.
He did. He looks a worried man, doesn't he?
Yeah, he certainly does. Again, Spurs just clear it. Romero down, looking towards Richarlison, but Dan Burn gets his head onto that. Ball from J7 into Bruno. Bruno now's got a chance for... Oh, Elanga is being pulled back. What's the referee doing there?
Ref.
Oh, referee. Ball forward from Hall to Voltemada. Again, referee has given him the option here. So maybe, now the game has stopped, I wonder whether they say, that's a good ball.
I tried to do an order, and I guess they need more information. Up to me. Yes.
Yeah, so basically...
We're just waiting here because Bruno is just making some signals of what he's going to do and where he's going to put this ball. Ball goes quickly out there to Anthony Gordon now. They've taken Spurs on the half measure here. Ball headed backwards by Spurs, and a bit of a sloppy moment from a doggy. Well done, Miley, who goes into that corner and just holds the ball up into that corner though. But again, a little bit of what the heck's happening there with the doggy and Miley.
490.
A doggy now with his throw in deep into the Tottenham half. Throws it up towards Xavi Simons. Xavi Simons back to a doggy who clears it, but not far. Ball goes over to Tino now. Tino just trying to keep possession of the ball. Again, quite sloppy play between both teams this. Again, doggy just manages to get that ball down this left-hand side. It's Tell who manages to get that ball down the side. 9 minutes, guys, of stoppage time. I don't know where these 9 minutes are, if I'm honest with you, because there's been nobody really injured. So, any ideas in the chat where these 9 minutes are? Archie Grainer. Back to Romero. Bentancur playing a bit deeper. Bodies from Spurs now, just trying to find this equaliser. Again, just pushing Newcastle back. Tell now on this left-hand side, comes inside, tries to play the ball into the box. It's half cleared by Tino. And Voltemada now with the press. And again, there's a bit of a fall, but Voltemada comes away with the ball. Oh, don't beat too many players. Play simple football. Ball inside from Xavi Simons to... I don't know who that is. Xavi Simons gets it back. Plays the ball back to Porro. Porro now out to the right-hand side. Ball into the box, but it's cannoned off a Newcastle player. Out for a Spurs throw. Odebert there, just getting the ball into the box. Newcastle now... points dropped from winning positions. 9 points dropped from winning positions, guys. So, we know this is against us. There's only Brentford and Chelsea dropped more points than Newcastle so far this season. So, it's like I said, this isn't a gimme just yet. So, we've still got, like I say, another 7 minutes, really, to go. Corner to Spurs. Just waiting for this ball to come into the box. Ball driven into the box. It's headed clear by Dan Burn now. It's a good header clearance. Picked up again by Spurs. Another ball delivered into the box. Dan Burn again just flicks this one on. Can Tino get this one? And he does. He clears it long, Tino. I think that's going to be out for a throw into Spurs. Halfway in the Newcastle half. Xavi Simons brings that ball. Oh, well done. What's going on here? Oh, there's a Newcastle. Fabian Schär coming on now. So I'll be going to shut shop for Miley.
For Miley, sorry.
Yeah. So Fabian Schär on for Miley. I think Miley's done really well, if I'm honest.
He's had a really good game.
I mean, I must admit, with Spurs going 5 up top now, I can understand that one. But what I don't want to see is just us sitting back and trying to bring the pressure, because we know what that happens with us in the past. We've gone to this 5-4-1 formation, sitting really deep. Spurs now picking the ball up again. No press from a Newcastle player. Ball over to the right-hand side. Something that you would have done, mate? Or would you have just stayed the way we were?
No, I don't disagree with the decision, but...
Ball into the back stick towards Richarlison. And go on, lads. Oh, Xavi Simons with a half a shot there, but again, it's deflected out for a corner to Spurs. Another 5 minutes of this, guys.
I don't disagree.
Ball to the back stick. There was 2 bodies. Go on, mate. Sorry.
I don't disagree with the decision, but I do disagree with the way we're beginning to push right back. I mean, basically, there's nobody really... Well, there's nobody in the other side of the field. It's just middle of our half. Every player's in that area.
Yeah, Tell is being questioned about who's delivering this ball into the box. Oh, Richarlison's having a moan about everything. Oh, he goes down again. So easy, Richarlison.
He's not doing himself any favours. If there is a penalty, he might not get it.
This is crazy. Ball into the box now. It comes in. It's under Ramsdale. I don't know whether he gets a punch on that. The ball into the box. Oh, it's... What the heck?
Yeah, kidding us.
Romario does an overhead kick. It's gone through, I don't know, about 10 bodies, and it's into the corner of the net. Romario from about 9 yards out, 8 yards out, centre of the box, and he's just got his foot to it. There's no power on that ball, and it's just gone into the back of the net. 2-2. Oh, my God. There you go. What the heck was that?
That was awful defence.
It was shocking defending. Ball comes in from Telly. It's a good ball in. Ramsdale gets a punch on it. It just goes up in the air, but there's no challenge on that ball in the air. Not a challenge on that ball, though, is there? You know, it's not even out the penalty area. Nobody commits themselves from the 6-yard box. And look, Elanga, what are you doing? Just watching the ball come down. And it comes off his shin. Oh, my days.
Chow Burn as well, just standing watching.
Shocking. Come on.
This is the biggest shoot yourself in the foot ever, this.
Oh, it's mental, mate. This is absolutely crazy. I mean, I don't... Listen, Ramsdale punches that in the air. That ain't an issue. It still goes far enough away from goal. But why watch the ball when it goes that high from every single player that's in there? I mean, Malik Chow gets pulled to the ground there, to be fair, on that one. But again, look at this, right? You've got Hall looks at it, right? He then stops. Elanga looks at it and stops. None of them come out to head that ball. None of them. And that, to me, is where the goal gets given away, not Ramsdale. It's got nothing to do with Ramsdale.
No, there's not much Ramsdale can do there.
God's truth. That is absolutely crazy. Dan Burn now on this left-hand side plays the ball back to Shaw. Again, we went defensive. And what are we doing? As I said, I don't like it when we go too defensive because we just still can't defend. When you've got players that just watch a ball fall from 30 yards, oh, good little bit of skill from Malik Chow. Goes inside Malik Chow, plays the ball in towards Voltamada, but it's deflected back to Spurs, who hoof it clear. Shaw now. heads it over to that left-hand side to Dan Burn. Dan Burn just gets his foot through it and plays the ball up towards Anthony Gordon. Again, it's headed queer from Romero. I mean, I can't believe he's on a hat-trick.
No.
Hall. Ball down over the top for Anthony Gordon to try and run onto. But again, Danzo sees the problem and clears it out for a throw into Newcastle halfway in the Spurs half. I have given the ball away far too easy in them situations. Ball out from Bruno to Tino. Tino to Elanga. Elanga gets it out of his feet. Plays ball back into Tino. It's a poor first touch from Tino. It was a poor ball from Elanga. To be honest, it was an awful ball from Elanga.
We had players in the box. Why didn't Elanga just cross it in?
Exactly. Why did you not just get it out your feet and bloody cross it?
Yeah.
Absolute crap. That is what that is. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm going to shout it out. Elanga needs ditching. It's absolute useless. Vicario now. 98 minutes gone of the 9 added on.
This is worse than a defeat. Hopefully it doesn't turn into a defeat, but this is just terrible.
Again, competing. But again, this is what I said. When we're chasing a game, we never seem to throw bodies on and we were able to change games. Other teams that play against us throw bodies on and all of a sudden we look all over the place. Criminal, mate.
Just knocked at them, hasn't it? We've got the penalty, and you think to yourself, right, great, we'll go on and win this. And both me and you said, don't sit back. And what's the first thing that happens? You look, and as I said before the goal went in, everybody was inside the 22 yards of the goal. It's criminal, absolutely.
It is. I mean, as daft it looks, all you're doing is giving them a little bit more to fight for. You know what I mean? Rather than controlling the game, we look all over the shop now, look. Panic.
Yeah.
Gray. Inside to Xavi Simons. Xavi Simons dinks the ball over the top.
No.
The dog who plays the ball into the box, and it's cleared from Fabian Shaw for a throw into Spurs. Come on, referee, blow the bloody whistle. Because
blow the whistle.
We look like we're going to concede any minute now. He's giving a corner, mate. Oh, great.
Oh.
Jeez.
Concentrate.
All we wanted was a little bit of control of the midfield, and that's all he needed to do was just play, get J7 off, put somebody on there that can control, not take the midfielder off, because since we've taken the midfielder off, well done Ramsdale, under a bit of pressure there from Spurs, and that's it, 2-2. Oh my God.
What a joke.
Absolute criminal, mate. Giving away again another 2 points. So this season so far, 11 points gifted to opposition because we just can't hold on to a lead. Can't control a game. And again, you can't control a game because you just haven't got the right players in the middle of the park to slow the ball down, to control the game. It's too hot to handle sometimes. And that's criminal. Like Boki's already said and mentioned, Chris and a new panel will be with us directly after this. We're going to give you our thoughts before we leave you. I want to thank everybody for joining me tonight with this game. It's 2-2. It's headed up at St James's Park. Again, for me, 2 points given away, Boki. Your final thoughts, mate, before we crack on.
Honestly, the end of that game, I think, sums up this season. Just we can't control games. We were never in control of the game throughout, Gary. We've got to be honest. But we were the better team, and we did have the better chances. But as soon as the Shaw came on, and you said, "Should you have done that?" And I says, "I've got no problem with it." I had no problem with that, but I did have a problem where we're going then to the 5 at the back, 4 in Baltimore are all playing within yards of each other, trying to defend. We can't carry on doing that. Eddie's in-game management. Again, I don't want to call the bloke out all the time, but potentially he's lost with the points there. You know, by not just saying to them, look, Voltemora, get up on the halfway line, you know, Elanga, get up on the halfway line, then you're giving Tottenham things to think about. Tottenham could just attack because we were so far back.
I just find it criminal, mate, you know, to the point where you are, like you say, you know, we were the better side. But it was, to me, both sides not really wanting the ball, you know. And then when you get into the right areas, after you've worked hard to get there, final third for me was absolutely criminal today. No quality whatsoever in that final third. And the biggest point for me, again, it's controlling of that midfield. Didn't work the first half. I didn't think the midfield was particularly strong the first half. And I'm not singling out Morley. I'm not singling out Tonali. And I don't really want to single out J7. But we just haven't got that player in there while J7's there to control this game. He gave the ball away far too many times for me in that midfield. And when you're in a good situation, again, getting the ball out of your feet, it's that one touch too many for me. He runs into the opposition players. Then he sits his bum down on the floor because it's a 50-50 ball. And then he's moaning at the referee while the game's still going on. We've just got to deal with that. And for me, the obvious choice to me today wasn't Miley off because we were having to scrap. You don't want to scrap. You want somebody who can put the foot on the ball and control it. What is the point when a player that stays on the field of play hasn't got the ability to control a football? It's shocking. And I don't care what anybody said. That was Eddie Howe's fault, going too defensive with still 9 minutes on the clock. You knew there was only going to be one team in this because you've got no out once we went to that one player. Two players in midfield that weren't doing anything. They sat back on the edge of the box. You went to this 5-4-1 formation, which hasn't worked all season. What is the point? 100%. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Super chat there from...
I think it was Wazza, wasn't it?
No, it was Sam...
You got it?
Lost it. No, I've lost it.
Yeah, I've got it. Wow, so frustrating. Thanks, Sam, for that one, buddy. And like I say, while we're here,
it was.
Like I say, the lads are going to be joining us very soon, the panellists, to give their version. For me, a frustrating time to watch that. Again, lots of good play, lots of great football up until the final third, if you like. And again, even though when you look at it, it wasn't perfect at times. I just want to give everybody a bit of a shout out. Anthony, thank you so much for becoming a member, matey. Lovely to have you on board. Thanks for Wazza for all your super chats, dude. You kept us going all the way through. Thanks, matey. And Random Access gifted 5 members throughout that, and I didn't see them, so thank you, Ramsey. Random. That went to Dree and Super. Who else was it? Just the one gifted. Thank you, mate. And Sue and Sam for gifting right at the end there. So thanks ever so much, everybody, for doing that. And Dree, thank you for coming on board. And like I say, if you can continue your membership, please do so. Like I say, frustrating from me, if I'm honest with you, all the way through. And Tony T, even with Ramsdale, nothing has changed. Totally clueless. Mate, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I don't blame Ramsdale for their second goal. It was criminal from seeing Hall and Elanga watch that ball come down uncontested. You can't do that at this level.
Gary, I don't know whether when we mentioned Shaw coming on, whether bringing him on actually upset the apple cart, because everyone was just looking at each other and nobody was looking at the ball and trying to get onto that. It was a tame. Don't get us wrong, the execution of his overhead kick was great, but it was a tame shot. It wasn't like a powerhouse into the corner. And if a player there was a few players could have got to that and stepped in front of it. They just all switched off. Seemed to be the problem.
Yeah. Right then, boys and girls, we're going to love you and leave you because the lads are waiting in the post-match analysis. They're going to give their thoughts. I'm sure they're as much disappointed as we are. So jump yourself onto them. Like I say, stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We are going to go off here. Have a look at the post-match analysis with Chris the American Mag and the Mighty Win. I think Andy Bell's coming on as well. And like I say, the phone number will be on the screen for you guys out there in viewerland to get on board and have your say. And please be honest, because that today was criminal. Thanks for watching, and until the next one, we're the lads.
Lasses and bairns.